listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? It is a football Friday. Yeah. I didn't talk to you in the whole lead up of the show because I wanted you to save your voice.
Thank you.
I wanted you to get as deep and as raspy as, just
like a pack of Pall Mall in the back.
Did you see that the governor of North Carolina, when they made the announcement yesterday about having the all-star race at North Wilkesboro, he had on an old Winston NASCAR shirt. That's right, when it was the Winston Cup. He had everything but the pack of smokes rolled up in his left sleeve there. That's a sound I was looking for from you.
Outstanding. Miller
and Moulton on this Football Friday. Thanks so much for being with us. Season got off to a decent start last night. It was a game there for a while.
Game in the third quarter.
Yeah. Can't ask for much more. Got you through to halftime. And then, the Bills said, we're sloppy, but we're better than these guys.
They're sloppier.
Right. So, Bills need to start measuring the rings, as we talked about all day yesterday.
Parade route in the paper today in Buffalo.
So, Buffalo off to the 1-0 start. First time, by the way, in Sean McVay's NFL coaching career that he and the Rams are below 500. He had won first game of the year every time, and he's had a winning season every time, and at no point in time during those years had they ever fallen below 500. So, little statistical quirk here for McVay and the Rams, below 500 for the first time since Jeff Fisher was the head coach back in 2016.
Where they lived right at or below 500 for all of his tenure.
That's right, 7-9, 8-8. Just do that dance. Miller and Moulton on this Friday. Got our regular Friday show lined up for you. We think it's pretty good. Lee Sterling in a little more than an hour. He'll make his picks. He got his game of the week right last week. We'll make our picks at around 7:30. You can bet the other way if you want, or you can give us one more week. One more week. Got off to a bit of a rough start.
A bit.
We lost a lot of close games.
I understand that, but the bookie was sleeping at my doorstep on Monday morning going, give me my money.
He certainly left a message saying, listen, you owe me, but if you'd like to keep going, all right.
We have a number that we set before we pay one another. I didn't expect to have to hit it on week 1.
So combined, Miller and Moulton were 3-9 week 1. That doesn't sound very good. It really doesn't. We'll make our picks. Pat Kirwan to talk about this coming weekend's games, and Chris Landry to look back because, he does the deep dive stuff. He took a look at some tape, look back at some of the great performances from week 1 in college football, and also look ahead to the handful of intriguing matchups, including, once again, the Gators with a key game.
6-point favorite they are now against Kentucky. Oh, what a week can do to a football team.
It's what a final drive and a diving interception in the end zone can do. Utah wins that game. What do you think the spread is? 3?
2?
Instead, make that interception in the end zone. Just keep throwing points. Keep throwing logs on that fire. So, good show lined up for you. You can always text the show. FSN Radio 21,000. And why don't you watch us, follow us, subscribe to us, even for that matter, on the Miller and Moulton Twitch.tv channel. You can chime in the chat room. And folks are already at it. They are fired up. People don't want to work today.
No, this is a Thursday of March Madness type of attitude.
Yes.
And even though we had the extravaganza last weekend, the NFL seems to be its own animal. And last night gave us just enough to get ready for the weekend. But, I was fine with it. It was sloppy. I had to laugh. For as much preseason as they played it, it still was pretty sloppy last night.
Which is funny because college football, they had a decent week 1 and they don't even have a preseason.
Right.
But see, Mark, I'll say this. The starters in the NFL played as much preseason football as the college football kids did, leading up to their opener.
Particularly the Rams.
Well, now, in fairness, though, he did the same. He's done the same thing.
No, that's their
Right.
their modus operandi is that they do not play the starters in preseason. I'm not at all implying that last night's the reason behind that. That's what he does.
Right. Hey, at least he doesn't have to explain away injuries.
Nope.
He's taking that one right off the table. And for the first time, year 6, I think it is for McVay. So he was 5-0 in openers before last night. So, hey, played a really good team.
They look terrific.
Yeah.
They screwed up in the first half, or that game could have been over by halftime.
Josh Allen is a problem.
So I saw, and I don't mean to do this to bring you down, but I think you know where I'm going.
Yeah.
So you're a Dolphin fan and a Jet fan for that matter, but you're a Dolphin fan for the sake of this argument, Miller Moulton, Florida Sports Network,
right,
and all. So you're a Dolphin fan and you put up with 20 years of Brady. And the minute he decided to take his talents to Tampa Bay, Josh Allen emerges. Now, that's a cruel joke. That's like living in the NFC North and living through Favre and then Rodgers. You start to lose your sense of humor pretty quickly here. You may start believing in the gods and thinking the gods are after you. Like, hold on a second. It wasn't 10 years with Brady. It was 20. It wasn't 15. It was 20. 20. And then Josh Allen? Seriously?
It is interesting, though, because, the diehard Dolphin fan left for this entire experience. We have, a sellout this year for the first. Come on. They don't sell any tickets there. The Dolphin fan largely disappeared during this whole thing.
Well, they maybe stopped going to the games, but the Dolphins out there.
Hiding, and has been hiding.
Well, yeah, they midway through the Brady thing, they got a little annoyed.
But during the 20 years, Buffalo was still smashing tables and still supporting and still the mob, if you know what I mean.
Well,
Mark, what else is there to do in Buffalo? No offense.
I know that's the easiest one you all can go back to. I do love the fact that, we just have too much to do.
I'm just explaining why there aren't as many Dolphins fans in the vicinity.
Fans.
Absolutely.
The biggest fans in the world.
Yep.
That's why to sit there and say a Dolphin fan for 20, 30 years, I don't know. They all moved on to other things. They're wearing soccer jerseys now.
How about this? Do you think Dolphin was kind of like a groundhog? Like every year or so, they'd kind of pop their head up and they'd go, oh, wait, is it worth, Brady's still here. Go back.
Oh, we beat the Pats.
Okay.
What about next week?
I'm just wondering if and then the groundhog pops up again and it's like, oh, wait, Brady's not here. That's that one time that,
not much the groundhog. It's those, what are those underground bugs that come up once every 20 years?
There you go.
It's more like those.
And they came up. And then the very next year, it's like, wait, what the hell is this Josh Allen thing? What? Wait, we gotta go back in hibernation again. That's what I'm wondering.
It's messed up. It's
Yeah.
messed up, man.
It is. It's going to be a problem. It certainly seems like it's going to be a problem. The 20-year problem has now become a 30-plus year problem, it looks like. Welcome to the NFC North. All right. Now, I think, Dolph fan, talk to a Viking fan, talk to a Bear fan, talk to a Lions fan. Oh, and the Lions fan. I mean,
Don't talk to them. Talk to the Vikings fan.
Yeah, talk to a Viking and Bears fan. I don't know what it's like. Hey, man, I got a Brady and Allen problem. Well, I got a Favre and Rodgers problem. Want to compare?
It could be worse. I could be a Cam Akers fantasy owner last night. I'm good.
Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday. And believe it or not, it's a huge day in Major League Baseball. Off the field. No, I mean it. And first off, you can't look at me like that because it is the baseball hour.
David, I'm just looking for an explanation. I don't care what it is. I just want you to tell me what it is at this point.
Well, it's
a Football Friday.
I understand. But it's a really big day. It's a big day.
The Sunrise, they're going to play.
No, it has nothing to do with the games. It has nothing to do with games. It's kind of like last week, remember, is a big week for the college football. When people get together sometimes, Mark, and they have a meeting, sometimes they do crazy ass things. And it sounds like Major League Baseball, A, they're definitely having a meeting. And B, it sounds like they're going to do crazy ass things. Not quite as crazy as you would like them to, though. They're going crazy, but they're not, like diving off the cliffs in Acapulco.
Okay. How crazy are they getting?
Well, they're going to do the whole pitch clock shifting and the number of times you can throw over. And, they're going to call balls on pitchers if they're moving too slow. They're going to call strikes on batters if they're moving too slow. Not doing the whole robotic umpire thing yet, though. That's what you want.
Yeah, I do. And I'm sorry, I'm right on that one. Tampa Bay fans now. And the fact that strikeouts are the most important thing in the game in baseball now. That job is far more important than it's ever been because we don't swing the bat. So getting strikes and balls wrong, I don't think has ever been more critical to the sport. And yet, we're going to give a ball to a guy who's not in the box. Just get the damn strikes and balls correct. You've got the technology. Do it.
I do think, though, that this crazy-ass thing is going to get us to your crazy-ass thing, though.
I hope so.
It's kind of like going from 2 to 4 in college football. Eventually, it led to, 120 or whatever we're going to have. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network. David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Central Michigan, but what fun is that?
Top tweet. Awfully quick hire.
Yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals opened their BetMGM sportsbook, the first ever at an NFL stadium.
So they have a sports book in their stadium?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that's where the Super Bowl will be this year.
Perfect timing. Cool stadium. State Farm Stadium.
Where?
Like where the Cardinals play, State Farm Stadium.
Yeah.
It's a cool stadium.
I think the coolest part about it is that they wheel in the field.
What do you mean by that?
The field is on like
Rollers.
yeah, it's a big tray, basically. They wheel in the field and they wheel out the field. They can if they don't like the surface, they literally can wheel it out and wheel in a new one.
It's turf,
All right.
obviously.
What is poll question?
Mm.
Would you rather be the king or would you rather be the queen?
Well, it's nice. They're changing the anthem now. You have to say it's God Save the King. Okay. Instead of God Save the Queen. You know,
Wow.
do you think that's a rash move? Should they just wait a few years and, till Kate?
Yeah, I mean, now we're going kings for a while, right?
Well, I guess, because I'm guessing that, William will always outrank Kate now, if they're both alive at the same time.
Well, Kate's never going to be a queen.
Yeah.
No. William's the king. She just married him.
Yeah, but doesn't that make her queen?
No.
I mean,
He was not king. Her husband wasn't king. He was the Duchess.
She
No.
She doesn't become
Her
queen?
kid can become king or queen.
So
she's not a fucking royal. She married in. She's worse bubkas.
well, she produced an heir and a spare. Kaputski. What is it? Kaputski?
Kaputski.
No. Camilla's the queen consort. Is that all that Kate gets too? I thought she becomes queen.
No.
Oh, well,
You
hell.
gotta have the blood.
I mean, for goodness sakes, he's not that good looking then.
Neither's Chuck.
You can't become queen. Oh, yeah. Tell me about it. Jeez.
I mean, talk about your blocked punts.
I mean, damn.
Which one's the one that looks like Carson Wentz?
Isn't that Harry?
Harry, yeah.
He's a little more accurate, though. Hello. Got to admit, I thought she at least became queen for the effort. I mean,
No.
3 kids with that guy? It's ugly, boring.
You don't know if he's boring.
Oh,
Could be a wild man.
really? Really?
Behind
He
those pearly
looks and behaves just like his father.
His father was screwing half of England for crying out
Oh,
loud.
he wasn't. He was screwing a married woman. And a homely looking one at that.
That doesn't mean she wasn't a freak in bed.
Well, she might have been. Meanwhile, Harry is like his mother. Now we're talking.
Well, she was a little.
Well, if you were married to Chuck, you'd have a wild side too.
Don't
be-
even get involved
you'd
with the
be-
commoners.
You'd be sleeping with the help too. If you're married to Chuck.
All right, we need a poll question.
10
Didn't we have
seconds.
one yesterday that we were going to do today? No?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Thanks so much for being with us. All right, I'm going to go down a road, and sometimes when I go down this road, you get very upset with me. All right, I hope today you'll give me a mulligan because it's not normal circumstances. So, you remember yesterday's show? And during it, news was leaking out there. Hey, Felipe, you want to turn this music down anytime? Feel free. News was leaking out that the Queen was not doing well.
Right.
I never said a word. Twitch chat room, text line, people, because, I've got a little fascination with
we know.
with the Royals. But my fascination is really the American part of the chain. Chuck doesn't do anything for me. William doesn't do anything for me. Kate seems nice, but I don't care. I don't watch these apparently terrific shows that have been produced here in recent years. I haven't watched any of them.
Maybe you should start.
Maybe I should.
I really believe that you should dive deeper into your royal fascination.
Maybe a little Downtown Abbey would have been good for me.
Yes.
But, people were like, oh, David, are you okay? Apparently the Queen is in very poor health. All right. People are flying in. This could be it. And, okay, 96. I mean, it's what happens. And, I just went right on. Queen passes away. My phone blows up. Listen, I'm into Meghan and Harry. Okay. That's the American soap opera part of it.
You have been in longer than Meghan and Harry. I've known you a long time. You have had a fascination with the royals since before Meghan was even dating Harry.
Yes, there are.
You had a fascination with You had a fascination with the royals before Harry was swimming naked in pools in Vegas. Okay, so let's just slow your roll, Moulton.
But you have to admit, my interest in the royals did increase when he started swimming naked, with American women in the pools in Vegas. I mean, doing a little blow too. I mean, he was like DiCaprio in the movie. All right. So, but that's really, it's the American part of the royal family that I am very fascinated by. I love it. This is straight out of a reality TV show, and a bad one at that.
It's a bad Hallmark movie. American Woman Marries a Royal. It really is.
But I think it's that along with like Bachelorette, combined. I mean,
you know more about it than me.
No, I don't watch that stuff. I just see the promos though. They're outrageous enough. Why do I have to watch the show? I mean, after the 30-second promos for The Bachelor and The Bachelorette, I feel like I need a smoke and a nap. So, all right, so the Queen passes, and what breaks loose. And here's my thing.
Chuck catches the crown. Sorry.
Right. Quickly, by the way. They just move right along. Okay, a whole line of succession thing. So, all I want to know, because I didn't watch any of the coverage yesterday. None. And I'm sure people thought I watched 6-8 hours of it. Nothing.
Well, he was probably too depressed.
Listen. So my whole thing is I'm just trying to figure out, all right, how Meghan and Harry can be blamed for the events of yesterday. That's it. That's the only part of this that interests me. Okay, that somehow, some way, one or both of them are responsible for the Queen's passing. Okay. Oh, so-and-so didn't show up to pay final respects. Oh, so-and-so didn't get there in time.
She probably died when Meghan showed up, just looked at her and said, get that.
Apparently, she didn't show. Okay, and apparently, sounds like, I don't know if any of the boys got there in time. All right. It seems like they were very, very, very late in passing the word. Okay. People were scurrying way too much, way too late, apparently. So, but that's it. Okay. And like people today in the Twitch chat room, David, are you okay? My condolences, David. My condolences, David.
person that started the show out by saying, David, my condolences. And I'm looking at I'm going, what are they? And then it hit me what it was. And the show started over in the corner because I thought that was so funny.
And so I just want to let everybody know I'm fine. I was fine yesterday. I mean, don't get me wrong. I liked her. All right. She seemed nice. She seemed an awful lot like my grandmother, who was white-haired and lived to be 95. And my grandmother was in great health. And then within 5 weeks, she was no longer with us. And that's what happens when you get to that age. The queen seemed to be doing well a month and a half ago. And obviously turned out not to be so well. Yeah, it happens. But for the record, all right, I am interested in the, show that would air at 10 o'clock at night and on an obscure cable channel. That part of the royal family. The biracial American actress Dee Forsey infiltrating one of the most exclusive clubs in all of Western civilization and trying to bring it down single-handedly and doing a fine job at it, by the way. That's the part of this story that interests me because it's such a train wreck.
I got you.
It's like the Knicks.
Right.
It's like the Lions. When you're driving
And
down
if they might be interested.
Well,
I
there
need
you
that
go.
voiceover.
You know what? That might do it for you. The slow-mo of, I don't know, whatever it is. Walking out of the palace. The times they are tough, demanding. One has to dig deep to overcome adversity. Yeah, maybe that is what you need.
A good voiceover would help this story out for me.
Okay, fair enough. But
And I'm thinking all day was just playing the Smiths, The Queen is Dead on repeat for most of the day.
did you see on TikTok the Irish dancers in front of Buckingham Palace doing an Irish jig to Another One Bites the Dust? Wow. Not wasting any time, are we?
Twitter has been very out of pocket since this news.
Woo. So there you go. Let everybody know that's where I'm coming from. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's okay.
The weekend will bring him down. Don't kid yourself.
Now, maybe
It hasn't set in yet. This will be a lot rougher for David on Saturday and Sunday.
maybe it will hit me on the flight to Seattle. Could be an unbelievably long flight. Yes.
It will be your version of Sleepless in Seattle, David.
Very nice. Well played, young man. Well played. So Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Lee Sterling in less than an hour. He'll make his picks. A little over an hour from now, we'll make ours. I got to admit, man, there are times you come in here, you're laboring over your picks. You're looking on your phone. You're going online. You sat down like a machine this morning. Boom, 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 boom. Pounded them out.
I even have an underdog.
What?
One.
I mean, are they an underdog?
Not really. Not really. It's basically a pick 'em. Don't kid yourself.
I mean, no, I think I'm guessing because you've wanted this team for 2 months now. I mean, come on. Are you really going to claim the Vikings as an underdog?
They are an underdog.
I mean, is it a point or a point and a half?
It's a point and a half, David. I can still win if they lose.
You are bold, Mark.
I know. Crazy.
You are bold. Good to see. 1 week in, week one didn't go so well. You're just throwing out all the rules. Week two, I'm even picking an underdog. Yeah.
I need to rethink this whole thing. Maybe I just flip these.
No, come on. Give yourself one more week before we start just going the other way. The starting five is next. Thanks so much for listening. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
KW, I have never heard those stories. I would be interested in all of them.
Should have had that question. Who will the Bills play in the Super Bowl?
Funny. Like it.
Hey, and then after last night, they went out there and just kicked the shit out of them, too.
Yes, they did.
I mean, they ran the ball pretty well. They couldn't run it. Defense looked really good. Von Miller gets 2 sacks.
I know.
I mean, you can't really write that script much better for them.
7 sacks, 4 turnovers forced. I mean, come on.
God, whoever this Steve guy is watching the show or is in Hawaii. He tweeted me 2:23 kickoff Hawaii Standard Time, should be over in time for dinner.
It's glorious. That is glorious.
Did you see the John Daly first pitch?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Steps up on the mound and flip-flops basically and just delivers a strike.
Yeah.
Off the hill.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Right. Walked up it. Yeah.
Only thing better is if he had a heater in his mouth. Do they have like a quick coronation in a back room for Chuck, David? Before a formal one? I mean, like the presidency.
Right. They just,
Johnson was sworn in, then they do
on
an
the
official
plane,
one.
right? Yeah. So I think so because he's apparently talking today.
He's the king.
You're right. Long live the king. I'm wondering, should I get back on the Boise State train again after they did me so wrong?
Boy, they did you dirty.
That was not good. Oh my goodness. Air Force is an 18-point favorite over Colorado.
Air Force might be the best team in the month. They're good.
18.
Yep.
Jeez.
That right there is the whole reason why the Dolphins, there's other things to do. It is a football Friday and you're wearing that.
I wore
No, you're wearing that.
I wore my foot. First of all, this is football.
It's
a football.
No, it's not.
Champions League going on.
No, it's not. Not in this country.
I saw a tweet last night. It was like, it's called soccer now. We're coming back.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour, Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Thanks so much for being with us. Lee Sterling in 40 minutes to make his picks. I have 3 people in my life who are, if they miss Lee's picks and his game of the week, where he hints, they reach out and they go, hey, what's Lee like? I had to get mad at him. I'm like, the object is to listen.
Just text them the website. They can download it.
That's what I did last time. Yeah. So now there's a little sparring going on. Like, hey, man, what's your problem? I'm like, oh, I don't know. I'm in the business of getting people to either listen or download. I mean, if it interests you that much, it's at least worth a download, right?
Right.
So listen, 21 minutes after 7, Lee Sterling, or, download floridasportsnetwork.com. Yeah. Now, our picks in an hour, totally ignore those. Until we have a winning week. Whew. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Well, the guy with the claret jug, when he starts doing the soft imprint?
Right.
Do you think they're already doing that with the Lombardi Trophy with the Bills?
Parade routes are done.
I mean, they turned it over 4 times and won by 3 touchdowns. That's a referendum on somebody last night. Bills 31-10 over the Rams. Josh Allen responsible for 4 touchdowns. Bills had 7 sacks. Matthew Stafford with 3 interceptions. Von Miller, 2 of the 7 sacks. Cooper Kupp still got his numbers, though.
Yes, he did.
13 catches, $126, 28, something like that, a touchdown. You still, let's face it. It's all about fantasy, Mark. Screw the games. Whatever. 1-0, 0-1. Is that really important?
There are times that I put up with this whole king, queen, pawn, prince stuff,
right?
but this little left-handed, it's all about fantasy stuff.
Well, for about half the fans, it really is. More interested in that. So, hoping you got some numbers last night from like all of you who jumped on the Gabriel Davis train.
Good train to jump on.
Listen, when Stephon Diggs is telling you to jump on the Gabe Davis train, I mean, that's not a talking head. That's a guy who, in theory, Gabriel Davis is taking catches and scores away from.
Not really. He did just fine last night, too.
Yeah. I have a feeling they're all going to be doing just fine.
Exactly.
31-10 Bills. So they covered, and the game went under. Major League Baseball, it was a light day and evening, but a couple of remarkable things happened. The Twins beat the Yankees in New York. That hadn't happened in almost 3.5 years. The spring of 2019 was the last time that happened. World was a little different then. 4-3 Twins over the Yankees. Yankees lead is 4.5, but it's just 3 in the loss column. And guess who comes to town tonight? The Rays. So if they take 2 of 3 from the Yankees, final 3 meetings of the regular season between the two teams, the Yankees will still have a 3.5 game lead. But what will it be in the loss column?
It'd be 2.
That seems close.
It really does.
It seems like at that point, it officially is a race. So big 3-game series in the Bronx beginning tonight.
And if it were a sweep,
well, then
I'm going to start listening to New York sports talk.
It's going to be a heck of a show on Monday.
Wow.
I'm going to be at 3 a.m. in a Seattle hotel room, and you're going to be listening to Boomer Esiason on the Fan. Not only did the Twins beat the Yankees in New York for the first time in over 3 years. They are one
in King Chuck's regime.
Is that what Twins fans thinking? They just needed the old lady to, move on?
Needed a king.
Well, the Marlins are 1-0 in King Chuck's regime as well, snapping a 9-game losing skid and snapping a 10-game streak in which they didn't score more than 3 runs. Marlins got 2 in the 9th to beat the Phillies 6-5, and it was a really good day for the Milwaukee Brewers. They swept the doubleheader from the Giants 2-1 and 4-2. You combine that with the Phillies loss, they gained a game and a half in the wild card race. They went from 4 back to 2.5 back for the 6th seed. Cardinals lost to Washington 11-6, so Milwaukee did gain a gain and a half on them, but that's Cardinals lead still 8. Molina with 2 home runs. He had been really struggling all year. I mean, in fact, people were starting to say, man, he looks bad. Where is Pujols his final couple months, how good he's looking. Molina, his final couple months, it's been an injury-plagued year. He was hitting below 220. 2 homers last night. But, Mark, this may interest you. Yadier Molina and Adam Wainwright teamed up for the 324th time yesterday. That ties Mickey Lolich and Bill Freehan.
Wow.
From the mid-60s through the mid-70s. For 13 years, Lolich threw to Freehan. 324 times, they were the battery, if you will, the pitcher and the catcher. Now, Wainwright and Molina have tied them. And obviously, Wainwright's got about 5 starts left. Molina catches them pretty much every time. So this will become the number 1 quote-unquote battery in Major League Baseball history. Adam Wainwright to Yadier Molina. White Sox jumped on Oakland 14-2. Moncada with 2 homers. White Sox and Twins both a game and a half back of the idle Guardians. And guess the attendance out in Oakland, a Thursday nighter,
I'm going to go 7,200.
Wow. That's bold. I mean, usually we do over under 5,000
I know.
on the A's, so you're going over.
I'm going over.
Over under
Under.
5,000.
Under.
I'll tell you, Felipe, he's got the over under on the A's thing going this last week and a half. 45.91.
Oh, we thank you.
We think. You've written a few PA announcements in your day, have you? And the Reds beat the Cubs 4-3. One other baseball note, I teased it 20 minutes ago. So the Rules Committee is going to vote today on possible rule changes in baseball, including a pitch clock. It would be 15 seconds when the bases are empty. It would be 20 seconds when runners are on base. With 8 seconds left on the clock, the hitter must be A, in the box, and B, alert. I love that word. Alert. So basically, you can't just have the 1 foot in the box and you're lollygagging, as they said in Bull Durham. You're out there lollygagging. You know what we got? So with 8 seconds left on the clock, the hitter has to be in the box and alert, engaged. You know, that sort of, not lollygagging. So they're going to propose eliminating the shift today, which I'm against, by the way. They've had the shift forever. Ted Williams had to deal with the shift in the 40s and 50s. All right, I have no problem with the shift. I do want you on the dirt, though. I don't like the second baseman out there like a roving outfielder in softball. That bothers me.
I'm sorry, but you can't have both ways.
Really?
I don't think so.
Okay, I think I want the game to look like baseball, not softball. That's all. But
Okay.
I'm fine. As far as I'm concerned, you can put 4 guys on one side of the field if you want. I mean, you know, to me, it's like, I mean, imagine if they said in basketball, in hockey, and in football, okay, you remember, was it the AAF that like outlawed blitzing? I mean, that's ridiculous. You know, remember the Pro Bowl when they were still trying to play the Pro Bowl and they said, well, you can't blitz anymore. It's like, come on, either we're playing football or we're not. I don't care. You can have 5 guys on one side of the infield. You bring the center fielder in. I don't care. Okay, I just want everybody on the dirt.
Well, but the center fielder, he's an outfielder. He's got to be in the outfield, David.
Apparently so. Apparently so. Yeah. Also, bigger bases, which I'm still trying to figure out. Safety?
I think that's the reason behind it.
This way, you know, each can touch the base and not step on each other. And also a limit on the number of times that a pitcher can, quote, disengage from the rubber. 2 per at bat. That includes throws over to first. So think about that if you're a base stealer. Pitcher throws over twice. By rule, he can't throw over a third time during that at bat. Well, you might as well, I mean, take as big a lead as you want. He can't disengage from the rubber a third time. Can't throw over, can't step off.
I don't get it.
So obviously they're trying to increase pace of play. College football tonight, UCF 5.5-point favorite hosting Louisville, and Boise State a 17-point road favorite against New Mexico. WNBA last night, Connecticut's Sun will end up facing Las Vegas for the title. They knocked off the defending champ Chicago Sky in a deciding 5th game. U.S. Open, the women's final is set. Top-seeded Swatek. Is that how we're pronouncing your name? That's how you and I thought we were.
Elongated it during this tournament.
Elongated it? The last 3 letters are T-E-K. How do you elongate?
The AI, they're kind of stretching out the 2 vowels together is what
Gotcha.
I've been hearing. But
All right.
I'm not at all going to start criticizing pronunciations.
Especially when you and I. Swatek, that's what I'm going with. Sumi. All right. She was down 4-2 in the 3rd, top seed. She came back, won the last 4 games to advance to the finals, where she'll face Wimbledon finalist Ons Jabeur, who won it in straight sets. And in golf, well, first off, I mean, it damn near seemed like the LIV golfers and some of the PGA Tour golfers, and 2 or 3 of them were going to come to blows at some point. But the Queen's death has suspended play in the BMW PGA Championship in England. 3 are tied for the lead: Tommy Fleetwood, Andy Sullivan, and Victor Hovland at 8 under. So they've suspended play, and they're not going to play today. And they're debating whether or not to finish the tournament at all, which would be an ultimate kick to the LIV golfers because they wouldn't get any World Golf ranking points. Or
the Queen's final wishes were to not play the tournament because of Live Golf.
Really?
It had really pissed her off.
Didn't realize. I thought she was an Ian Poulter fan. Huh. That surprises me.
But not a Norman fan.
Now that surprises me.
Great
Right.
disdain for Australia, the Queen.
Well, that goes back many years.
You're damn right it does.
But here's the other thing they're considering. They're considering not playing at all. The Queen's passing it all. It just wouldn't be proper to play. They're also considering reducing the tournament to just 54 holes.
Oh, that would be special.
How rich would that be? A no-cut 54-hole event.
God, I've never heard of that before.
Me neither. It's too rich. I mean, if a couple of yahoos doing a sports talk radio show propose something like that, they'd get mocked and laughed off the air. But apparently that's what the DP World Tour is considering. My guess is they cancel this sucker.
I think they do that before they go 54 holes,
Yeah,
David.
just for the look.
Exactly.
And that was
the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
You okay with the pitch clock, though? You don't like the elimination of the shift. And I don't either.
I don't like it. I look at they've had the shift for, as you said, for 80 years in this game. It makes zero sense to me to eliminate it. Hit the ball the other way.
I just want to see what the bigger bases look like. I mean, are they going to look funky? They're going to look like you had 4th grade gym class when you're like, man, where did the school district get those?
Just waiting for the double first base.
Right.
The softball first base is the first place that I saw that.
Miller and Moulton. Lee Sterling makes his picks in 20 minutes. We make ours in a little over 30. Pat Kirwan an hour away here on the Florida Sports Network.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Now they're pissing me off. I don't get my Premier League mornings.
Oh, so now you want to talk soccer?
Yeah, because they canceled the games for the weekend.
Oh, because of
the Queen died.
Wow. Wow.
All right. Being very serious here. Because even though, she doesn't have official
power.
Official political, well, actually, I mean, she does, though. You do have to kind of kiss the ring.
She has influence, right?
Okay. I mean, if she wanted something done, not many prime ministers have bucked the wishes of the palace. Now, whether they should have or not, it's a totally different story. All right. And they don't normally get involved in political things, but when they do get involved, it's kind of like, oh, shit. If a president died, do you think we'd have sports this weekend? Would the NFL play Sunday? If the president died
On
Thursday night,
Okay.
Thursday or Friday,
Peacefully in his bed.
it does not matter.
No, it doesn't
No,
matter. It doesn't matter.
If the president
doesn't
died,
matter.
the president died, would there be games Sunday? No.
Probably not. I mean,
If you're Goodell, now maybe it's different the way in which you die. Obviously, when Kennedy was assassinated on a Friday afternoon,
Right. No. I mean,
right, and they played, and the NFL got crushed.
and if Joe trips over his feet and bumps his head and dies, which would be more likely than him getting assassinated.
Right, but
No. I got you.
no, I'm just
I
asking
don't
the
know.
question.
I think
Do you
so,
think
probably? My guess is
probably wouldn't play?
probably would not play.
So that's why, think about it from that aspect. Even though the Queen doesn't have the power of a prime
The prime
minister,
minister
of a
died. They'd be
president.
playing Premier League games.
You got that right. First off, she's had the job an hour. I mean, literally, I think she took over the job Tuesday. Her first address to the
I
country.
didn't even know who it was.
Yeah, well, I don't know her name either,
Yeah.
but she got the job on Tuesday. Her first address to the country is condolences to the Queen
Well,
and the family.
At least it's not Boris.
Well, God, no, just hair alone. I mean, the Queen made a public appearance on Tuesday, for goodness sake.
Yeah, she went to the betting parlor and put some money down on this weekend's matches.
They'll get played eventually.
I am so excited for this match because this kid, Carlos Alcaraz.
Oh my goodness, Brad Gilbert channeling.
Was a sweet hat.
Happens when you're a star.
10 seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday. Yeah. Here on the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Bills off to a flying start this Super Bowl winning season. I congratulate the Bills. We're already working on the trophy, planning the parade route. You guys lived up to your hype. Unlike last year, you lost the opener and people were picking you.
What was that crowd last night? 50-50, 60-40 Rams?
I thought it was more 50-50. I thought the Mafia.
Oh, they represented. There's no doubt. But there were a couple times that it actually got loud.
Yeah.
For the Rams.
It's a loud stadium. It really is. I mean, listen, it should be a spectacular stadium. I mean, it literally cost, the word is it cost $5 billion to build. I mean, A, it's not cheap out there. But B, I mean, half the stadium's underground. And imagine how expensive that is to build. I mean, you walk in and you're like midway in that stadium from, field level, street level, if you will. It's like, oh, wow. Did you see a couple of weeks ago, I think it was during a preseason game in which the whole scoreboard, they lost power? They didn't, I mean, and everything went. They had no idea the time, the play clock, nothing for like a whole quarter. I mean, they were doing it like a high school football game, like a JV game, really, even, when you don't have the staff to even turn the scoreboard on. You're like keeping track of it. How much time, ref? 10 seconds. So the Bills off to a great start. Our focus in terms of a poll question, though, is actually on the other side.
Well, we got to figure out who the Bills are going to play in the Super Bowl, David.
Right. And so we're asking you, they going to play Green Bay, Tampa Bay? They going to play the Rams? Or do you think somebody is going to infiltrate the big three?
And so far, the Rams do not have a vote. To tell you how much last night takes place on our poll question, but Green Bay getting 40% of the vote, other getting a third of the vote, Tampa getting the rest right now, with the Rams not getting a vote so far.
If you had to pick another, because I'm picking the Bucs to be in the Super Bowl.
And I have Green Bay.
But if you had to pick another, who would you pick?
Minnesota.
Whoa. Really? That's bold.
You're asking me to pick another. I don't trust anybody in the NFC East.
Okay, because I might take a flyer on the Eagles.
Well, and that's where I was between. I was between Philadelphia and the Vikings.
So you're not buying Trey Lance and the Niners?
I am not.
Okay.
I don't have them making the playoffs, so I can't really pick them as the other team to make the Super Bowl. If they prove me wrong, so be it. I'm wrong a lot. Just wait till 7:38 when I make my picks.
First half of this hour, though, you are money.
Right.
To see, we both are. So how about this little quick tangent? If they were sticking with Jimmy G one more year, what would your feeling be about the Niners?
They're a playoff team.
Would they be your other?
There's a good chance. There's a good chance. I just don't know how long are they going to go with Trey Lance. How long do they go with Lance before it becomes too late?
Well, if you look at the schedule, the soft spot for their first 6 are very doable. For their first 6. And so to me, I think they've got to stay with them through 6 games. Now, then if they're 2-4 or something like that, they freak out. Like last year, they were 3-5, but obviously they stuck with Jimmy G and all that. But so to me, I don't see there being a quarterback controversy in San Francisco before week 7. I just don't. Otherwise, the Lynch and Shanahan need to be taken into a back room and beaten about the head and chest. I mean, either you've got a plan and you're doing it, or you don't. You're throwing darts at a board. And I think if they bench him before week 7, they're throwing darts at a board. The Vikings would be your other. Wow.
I'm excited about what that offense is going to do. I think it's going to be even better than it was a year ago. I think their defense is going to be shored up, and I'm not sold on Green Bay being the end-all, be-all in the North. I know it's still Aaron Rodgers, but there's not a lot of receivers there, and they're already starting the season out with their receivers banged up. The tackles not played in a year and a half. We're going to get a whole season out of him?
I love that. I mean, I don't even know if people in Minnesota would have gone with Vikings. I'm impressed. You know, you're a chalk guy. Vikings are not chalk.
Well, you asked me a very non-chalk question.
That's true. I asked you to deviate from the, straight line. That is true. I asked you to take a big turn around first and maybe, try to.
Right. I just tried to, and I probably got thrown out with 2-3 steps.
I think the Eagles, first off, I think they had the best offseason of any team in the league. And the Eagles won 7 of their last 10 in the regular season last year. Now, they didn't beat many quality teams. I think the only team with a winning record that they ended up beating at the end of the day was New Orleans, and they were 9-8. And they played them without Jameis. So the Eagles do have a whole level, at the very least, that they need to rise to even be considered as a solid choice for the other. But I think, Mark, they've done that in the offseason. I think the 2 Georgia guys they drafted on defense, the big defensive tackle, and to get the linebacker in the 3rd round is going to go down as just, maybe their best draft pick in a 5-year period of time. And, I mean, I think Jalen can play a little bit. And I don't know how much better you have to be than that, quite frankly, with the weapons he now has on offense. Particularly if Miles Sanders can stay healthy at running back. He's got 2 terrific wide receivers. He's got a good offensive line. I think they can be really good.
I picked them to win the division, so I agree with you. I also have the Vikings with a similar record going to the postseason. And I just think that Zimmer was the problem there. And I think they're going to be a much better team. And I think the step back that Green Bay could take could open up an opportunity for the Minnesota Vikings. But it's all who's going to play Buffalo in the Super Bowl. I mean, That's really what it's down to.
I mean, this thing's over on the one side.
And since we have Lee next segment, we normally do our Clutch Vodka play of the day at 7:21. But we have Lee Sterling. He's clutch in his own right.
Got his game of the week right last week.
Right. That was clutch.
Yeah.
But not as clutch as Josh Allen. Is anybody as clutch as Josh Allen?
Well, not last night.
Not last night. Time now for our Clutch Vodka play of the day.
3rd and goal from the 4-yard line. Again, shotgun formation. Knox in motion left side. Here's the snap. Josh looks to his left. Pumps once. Now he's going to keep it. He's going to run. He's inside the 5. He tries to stretch into the end zone. He is in. He is in. Touchdown, Buffalo. Josh Allen stretched it out and crossed the goal line for the Buffalo touchdown. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Bills Radio Network, Buffalo demolishing the Rams last night.
They even gave him 4 turnovers. Said, here, see if you can do something with this. No? Huh. We'll take it from here. Forced 4 of their own, 7 sacks. I will say, that Von Miller signing looked pretty good last night.
It really did.
I keep waiting for him to get old. Didn't happen last night, I can tell you that. Hey, did you hear the Aaron Donald story that came out yesterday afternoon? That, because you had mentioned it during the show that Schefter reported that he was pretty close to retirement last year. Was it out during the morning during our show, like the details?
No, the only thing I reported that Schefter was the Stafford elbow procedure.
Okay. So apparently Aaron Donald sent his retirement papers to the Rams. I mean, Aaron Donald, in his mind, he had retired. And he sent the Rams the paperwork, and then the Rams are supposed to forward it to the league. The Rams apparently took the paperwork and put it in the drawer. Waited a couple days, picked up the phone, started calling him, going, "You sure? I mean, is this really what you want?" I mean, because if you want to keep playing, we'll make it worth your while. And he must have went, "Oh, really?" Either that or he took the ploy to the,
Yeah, he just
the
ended.
end.
Well, he just ended it. Here, I retire. Ball's in your court. Now we know where this is. Not a negotiation. It's pay me or I quit.
So it was one or the other. Either he did it as a negotiating ploy, of which, they could have submitted the paperwork, or he was like, you know what, like Brady, I'm done. Only Donald didn't announce it publicly like Brady did. If Brady had just sent the Bucs the paperwork and they took a look at it and went, okay, don't tell anybody. All right. I'm just, I understand Giselle wants him to quit, but don't worry. We'll get him out on the golf course. We'll
Tell you
talk to
one
him.
thing, not a lot of people in LA saw that. If you know what I mean, not a lot of people inside that organization saw that paperwork.
No, they kept that quiet.
Because if multiple people saw it, it would have gotten out. It just would have.
Absolutely. I agree. Didn't make it out of the room. It was either sent in an email or, probably not a fax anymore.
No, an email.
It was probably an attachment.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But it probably only went to like 2 people, maybe 3. And they just said, okay, you delete yours. I'll keep this. All right. I'm going to put it in the drawer. We'll see if he's just having a bad week. So, but here's my thing. You start thinking about, if you send in your paperwork, unless that's just the ultimate bluff in a negotiation ploy, if you're that close to retiring, then I wonder if you've lost your edge.
Didn't look like he lost it last night.
He's pretty damn good.
Didn't look like he lost it one bit. He wasn't the reason that they lost.
It's very difficult to block.
He is damn near impossible to block.
I mean, like if you had a backhoe in front of him, the big front payloader.
You know what I'd want is a second backhoe payloader next to it to double team him.
Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports. He will make his picks next.
Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K. Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
It just dawned on me for our picks. So we're just doing an open or anything for our picks.
Got a few things going on.
Can you get out after the game? Is there like a red eye for you to take home on Monday? Or you got to do the show, so you could never.
I mean, all those West Coast games I could if we didn't have the show.
Right.
Or at the very least, I could jump on Air Aikman and go to Dallas and fly home from there.
That'd be the way to go.
I'm going to hit him up the weekend before Thanksgiving. We're supposed to go to Mexico. I think all the spotters are going to hit him up and say, hey, we can get to you Sunday morning. Any chance you'd leave Sunday lunchtime to go to Mexico? And I think by that point in the season, I don't think he'll be flying in Saturday night.
Oh, they want him flying in Saturday night?
Well, he is early in the season. He's going to have breakfast with everybody. He's going to watch the game, especially since, we're in Seattle start. So it's 10 a.m. The game start. They've got a big set, thing set up. And, I think start the year, I think they're going to be good team players. I think by mid-October, they'll be flying in Sunday nights. But it's a 10 a.m. production meeting on Monday. Really don't know if they're needed before that.
Do you have to be at that?
Do I have to be? No, I will, though. I'm actually
It's in the hotel. That's pretty.
The only thing is that unlike with Fox, where we're in Joe and Troy's hotel, I don't know if we're going to be in their hotel.
Oh, okay.
My guess is the meeting is going to take place at their hotel.
Yeah. Well, on those, if you have to bail for the good, bad, and ugly to get there on time.
No, I don't have to be there. I don't have to be there. Okay. I want to be because I have a feeling they're going to do some big picture stuff because that's what ESPN does. All right. And they're going to ask him to comment. And so I think I'll just want to be there to know what avenues they may go down and help him get his thoughts together, maybe do some research on a couple things, give him some info. We talked during the summer in which I said, if I was them, I would want you to be the last word of the week. I go, so I'm guessing they're going to want you in the second half of games to throw your 2 cents in on a few things that happened during that week.
Yeah, it's the final word.
Yeah. So.
Come on, Lee. I thought we were his first one.
We are.
Well, I can't have him joining at 7:21 for a 7:21 segment every week.
All right. Well, we'll tell him.
You invited Lee, right?
Yep.
Where are you, Lee?
There he is.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. You going to College Station?
No. CBS.
What?
CBS passed on that game, I think, for political reasons because they were negotiating. They were negotiating the Big Ten deal.
Yeah.
So They had to make the decision like back in May. So that's what we're doing. Penn State, Auburn.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. I trust me. Even I sent some emails going, hey,
I'm going. So
yeah, it'll be cool.
Yeah. I've never been to a game at College Station.
You'll love it.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
You'll love it.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. And if it's a 7 o'clock hour, that means it's Lee Sterling time. Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741 is the magic number. Lee didn't have a good week, picking the games that we wanted him to pick. When he got to pick the game that he wanted to pick, the game of the week, yeah, he nailed that sucker. Lee, how the heck are you?
I'm good. I had a rough Saturday for my clients. Got to be honest. I'm still 19-12 for the year, but I was involved in games like Utah that couldn't put it in. Then I had some misreads too. Went against a couple quarterbacks I thought were really bad, and they had career games. So it's 1 week. That's the best thing about gambling. You turn the page and you're ready to go the next day.
Well, let's get right after it then, Lee. Let's start with the Canes. They have Southern Miss after playing Bethune-Cookman and doing what they did to them a week ago. So the Canes looked good. When you play bad teams, you're supposed to destroy them. Miami did that. How will they do this week?
Well, they'll face a different team this week. They're going to face a team that's going to run maybe some Wildcat, Frank Gore Jr., who they decided to pass on. I still think he'd come if they made an offer to him, but he played almost the whole fourth quarter in the Wildcat and was running and throwing. They still lost to Liberty, who lost Charlie Brewer, I think after like 10 minutes into the game. So they've got some problems. They're one-dimensional. Miami, they've got to work out some things on defense, but their offense and special teams look great. So they can work out some things, and I think they're still going to be pretty vanilla. They don't want to show anything to Texas A&M next week. They should be fine. I have them winning this game here 45-14, winning and covering.
And they're playing Southern Miss, and the number is 25, so that would be a cover. All right, can the Gators make it 2 in a row, home once again, facing nationally ranked Kentucky? It's been a while when both teams were ranked when they met. The line opened at 4.5. It's now 6.
Yeah. So Anthony Richardson is an absolute freak. I mean, if he continues this, I don't see how he's not the first pick. I mean, 6'5", 240, can run like a gazelle. I mean, 4.4 speed, the rocket arm, and he's really improved his accuracy. So Kentucky's got to play ball control here. Here's the problem. Only 353 total yards last week against Miami of Ohio. They're going to have to do better than that. And Will Levis is good. I just think that Anthony Richardson has more weapons, and playing at the Swamp in 2-2 is going to be a tough place for opponents here. I like Florida, 27-20. They keep rolling.
And I think one of the big keys for Florida in that win against Utah is they got out clean. They played a good game. They're not a deep team. There's no real injuries to speak of. And that's something when Tennessee comes in a couple of weeks, you need to pay attention to. But I think that's a factor in this game as well. All right, to Sundays we go. Minnesota and Green Bay. Green Bay is a 1.5 favorite in this one. Well, I'm going to pay attention here because this might be a game I'm a little interested in on Sunday as well. Lee, how do you see this one?
Okay, I like this game two ways. So I do think that Green Bay will be affected by losing Adams at receiver. I just think it's going to take them a little bit of time. Remember, last year, first game of the year, New Orleans laid one on Green Bay. So sometimes they're slow starters. Two offensive linemen might play their game time decision, but from what I'm hearing, they're maybe 80-85%. And if you thought the Minnesota offense was good last year, it's going to be much better. Justin Jefferson, I don't know if you realize this, had the most receiving yards in the first 2 years of his career of any receiver in the history of the NFL. And you got to think with a new head coach, Kevin O'Connell, an offensive-minded coach instead of a defensive-minded coach like Zimmer, his numbers are going to only go up. And here's a stat that proves that out. You want to see how conservative Minnesota was on second and either long because of a sack, a loss, or an incompletion. They ran the ball 64% of the time, almost 10% more than any other team in the NFL. I think they're going to be much more aggressive and much more successful. I think the wrong team's favored. Give me Minnesota here, 28-27. And I think they're also a good team to put in a teaser, 2-team 6-point teaser. If you find another team, you can put them up to 7.5.
All right. So the
one more note on that game. They had 14 out of their 17 games were decided by one score, and 10 of them were decided could have gone either way based on the last play of the game. Crazy.
So the Vikings getting 1.5 at home in a division game, and we threw the stat out at you earlier in the week against the spread. Okay, the Vikings seem to be the play of many. All right, Bucks on the road, opening rematch with Dallas. They edged Dallas last year at home. They're 2.5-point favorites on the road.
So I think the pressure's off Dallas. I mean, there's so many expectations every year for the Cowboys, especially last year. This might be the first time in 25 years, really no one's talking about them going to the Super Bowl. At least I haven't heard. And outside of Smith being injured and, obviously I lost a couple receivers, they're in pretty good shape. I know Dak missed practice yesterday, but he'll play. And Tampa Bay without 3 offensive linemen. I think Tom Brady should have retired last year. So I think you go out on top. You look good in the playoff game here. If you think he has a quick release through last year, it's going to be even quicker this year. Now he's missing those linemen. He's missing Gronk. Godwin may or may not play in this game here. I think Dallas is the right side. Another wrong team favorite. Maybe another team. You put in a 2-team 6-point parlay teaser and go with Dallas.
And finally, the Dolphins and New England. David and I think this is a must-win for the Miami Dolphins. I know it's week 1. 3.5's the number. How do you see it, Lee?
So what's crazy is 2 members of the press who were out in Vegas and represent the Raiders watched the practices with New England. And I spoke to both of them a day or two after. They said New England looks awful. Not only did they have trouble in preseason, they had 7, I think, series with their first team offense. They had 4 3-and-outs and 1 turnover. I mean, what are they doing? I mean, Matt Patricia maybe as their offensive coordinator, former defensive coordinator, Joe Judge, former, special teams guy. I don't get it. These 2 guys calling plays here. I think they've got even more problems here than most teams. And maybe, the mad scientist, Bill Belichick, has lost it in his late years here. I think Miami with big plays is the difference here. I'm going to go with Miami. I think they win and cover by double digits, 30-20.
All right. And your game of the week, it's where both network pregame shows will be on Saturday, Alabama, Texas.
Wow. I mean, 2 storied programs. You want to find out if Alabama rolls, or can Texas, at home, can they keep it close or maybe pull the shocker? I've got a strong opinion on this game. Just call 800-400-9741. We'll give you the game for free. 800-400-9741. The game's on me. And big weekend for us. We've got 3 weeks from now through September 30th. You can get all my football games, $297. And one of the plays this weekend is a 2-team 6-point teaser. And it's between 40 and 50 units. We have a UFC 50-unit selection. We're going to throw that in the card, and a baseball 40-unit selection on Saturday, where we've won 13 of the last 16 40 to 50-unit plays there. So everything through September 30th, $297, ParamountSports.com.
He's Lee Sterling. He's laying the points with the Canes and the Gators. He's taking the points with the Vikings and the Cowboys, and he's laying the points with the Dolphins. His game of the week is Alabama, Texas. The line on that one, by the way, is 20. ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Follow him on Twitter at Paramount Sports. Lee, all the best.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Lee got his game of the week right last week. Game of the week, Alabama, Texas, 20. Nice, big, fat, round number. How big do you want your steak? 20 ounces. 20.
Steak.
You ready to dig in?
I'm in.
Our picks are next.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K. Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I know.
You know what it is? There's like 2 or 3 that I like. So, I'm going to pick the wrong one.
Oh, I'm just getting Felipe, I'll have an email to you literally as soon as David tells me what his 5th pick is.
Gotcha.
He froze up on our end, but I don't worry about this as long as the vocal doesn't freeze.
Well, first off, there's nothing we can do about it if it's on our end.
I'm not too worried about.
Ooh.
By the way, Mark, this isn't just a jersey. This is a messy jersey.
Not my fault you don't do laundry.
See what you did there. I like it, by the way. I do think it looks good. Now, not on a football Friday before the first NFL weekend, but
You don't have arms. Don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I got to admit, that's
don't do that.
not a good look for you.
Yeah, they're flabby. There's no muscle. It's embarrassing.
Not much there.
There's nothing there.
A little bit.
None.
A little bit.
None. You're 22. That's
I
bad.
was going to say it's not good. Not good.
No, it's pathetic.
It's like,
wow.
I mean, you're old enough to get in the club, but
Man, it's all about the legs for me.
Look at.
You got to build a base, man. Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all I have is calves.
All that skating, you know.
It's all I have is calves. Did you find a fifth game yet?
I did.
Okay. We're toast.
Stop it.
Oh, you know how many games we have that are the same? It's not even funny.
Oh no, really?
We have two that are the same.
Okay, that's fine. Well, the one we announced 2-3 months ago. We were picking the one. I also like to do a little bit of what Lee does. I early in the season, I'm trying to pick, some of the games that.
I'm the only one I didn't do was Tampa. I got the Dolphins. I got the Gators. I guess I didn't do the Canes, but I did the same thing. Mine are mostly all big games.
Yeah. Look at that. I'm 53 and I still got guns.
We're coming back.
Thanks for listening. And now, more of Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour, Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. You want to divulge your first world problems?
Text that I received during the commercial break.
And not during the commercial break, 6 seconds before Felipe plays the music for us to come out of break.
I'm lucky enough that I play golf typically twice a week. I play on Wednesdays and I play on Fridays.
Right.
Our course is closed. They're doing it happens in the summer. If you belong to a golf course, they close, shut down, aerate, and do all the things. So we're on a little road show today. I couldn't play Wednesday because it was too far away. I couldn't get there after our show. So I just got the text letting me know because of all the rains. It's cart pass only today.
Oh, no! The humanity!
By the way, and I don't know whose number this is, but I have the ultimate respect for the guy who responded in less than a minute with, "I'm out."
Unbelievable. Can you get any softer than that? I mean, seriously. I mean, upon further review, don't you have to look at yourself in your own text and go, wow, that's a bad look. Really?
I mean, particularly that it took less than a minute for the person to say, "I'm out."
Unbelievable. First world problems, pampered life. All right. Are we doing this?
Let's do it. Who started last week?
You did. And for the record, I'm sticking with just 5. I remember this week we only do 5. Now, if I have another bad week and I'm playing from way behind, I could have 11 picks next week. But
they will be posted at floridasportsnetwork.com pretty quickly here. So, David, let it rip.
Well, first off, I like to have a little Friday night action. I love playing a Friday night game. We got 2 choices. We got UCF at home against Louisville, and we got Boise State on the road against New Mexico. Well, I'm a little angry at Boise State.
And you should be.
I was on them last week, figured they'd be fired up, playing a Pac-12 team, a beatable Pac-12 team. Oregon State took it to them.
Whooped them from the word go.
They did not show up, and Oregon State did. So I'm angry at Boise State. So I'm going to stay away from them this week. I don't trust them. Meanwhile, UCF's had this game circled because their 2 Power 5 games in September are games that they always circle. It's big deals to a group of 5. It's been a big deal for UCF. UCF, by the way, just kind of flying just underneath the clouds. People not really talking about them. They've only got like 3 or 4 people voting for them in the top 25. You know, Phil Steele said there's a chance they're the best group of 5 team in the country. I like UCF tonight at home laying the 5.5 against Louisville. And I think, by the way, this could lead to an absolute cratering of the Louisville program. It's a monster game, I think, for this coach and where he is with this program. But I like UCF tonight laying the 5.5 at home. All right. Nobody should follow my advice on what I'm about to say. Iowa owns Iowa State. They've beaten them 6 times in a row. Doesn't matter if Iowa State's being talked up as like the trendy sleeper team in the country, this, that, and the other thing, and their hotshot coach. And Kirk Ferentz beats the Cyclones like a drum. It's at Kinnick. They never lose to Iowa State at home. You remember earlier in the week, the Pirates had lost 8 straight home games?
Right.
And I said, you know, that's tough to do. And sometimes you just do to win. And you said, come on, don't be like that. I said, no, and not only that, they're throwing a lefty, and the Mets aren't that good against left-handed pitching. I said, I'd take a flyer tonight on the Pirates. Gut feeling, I got a big gut. Every now and then, part of it's right.
It has a feeling.
Right. I got a feeling on this one, okay? A, I need more cowbell. And B, I'm taking the Cyclones. I'm getting 3.5. They're finally going to beat Iowa. They're the better team. It's time to prove it. They usually, you know what, down their leg in this game. I'm taking the Cyclones also because I think there's a chance they've lost this game by 1, 2, and 3 recently. I think there's a chance they can actually cover, all right, with the 3.5. But I'm taking the Cyclones in the 3.5.
Just depends on how many safeties they give up.
Big day, by the way, in the Big Ten Network. They've got Ohio State. They got Michigan State. They got this game. It's a huge.
Yeah, they're all at the same. Most of them are all at the same time.
I know, which I don't like. But, I mean, Big Ten Network's got a huge day. A lot of good games on Saturday. All right, the rest of my games are all Sunday. Listen, I only said it back in May that the Dolphins are going to beat the Patriots. I'm surprised the line's 3.5. I got to be honest. I thought it'd be in the 5 to 6 point range. They swept the Patriots last year. I think the Patriots are worse. I think the Dolphins are better. Give me Miami lay the 3.5. 8 minutes after he signed, I said, I'm taking Baker Mayfield in Carolina against Cleveland. Done. Jacoby Brissett, Baker Mayfield, Carolina's got the better quarterback. A healthy Christian McCaffrey. Hey, this may be the only week he's healthy. All right. I gotta take him this week. Carolina at home. Pick him. Pick him. Come on. You don't think Baker's going to win? Of course he's going to win. He's going to curse. All right. His wife's going to send out tweets. I mean, they're going 6-11, but they're winning Sunday.
Oh, they might go 7-10. Don't kid yourself.
All right.
That defense is decent.
And don't get me wrong. Tampa Bay's got issues, but they're better than Dallas. And I don't think Dallas has the strength to take advantage of Tampa's weakness. Dallas defensively not strong in the middle of their defense. And I think Tampa can block Dallas. And I don't think Dallas can cover Tampa's wide receivers at all. I think Diggs gets burned for 2 touchdowns in this game. He's going to have an awful year compared to the year he had last year. I'm telling you, people have figured him out. He's got bad technique. They run right by him this year. Give me Tampa lay the 2.5 tonight, Dallas.
All right. All right. So UCF, Iowa State, Carolina, Tampa, and Miami for
That's
David.
Right. That's right.
I am taking Alabama, and I'm laying the 20. We've only talked about that. In fact, the Texas coach has talked about how this game is not a litmus test for his team. They already know they're going to get pounded. So I'm going to take the Crimson Tide. I'm taking the Gators just to piss off Gator fan.
Oh, wow.
They're all over me. Apparently I was the reason that they won. So now I'll be the reason that they lose.
Okay. I will say this. If they do, in fact, lose, all right, you need to lay off them against Tennessee. I'm betting.
Oh, no, I'm betting them. I'm going to have Florida part of this every week. I'll have them against USF next week. I'm with Lee. And for the record, I have a bunch of the same games as Lee, and that upsets me. I didn't even look at Lee's games before we put them on the air. I came in, had my games written down, and went, here we go again. But I'm going to take the Gators. Richardson's a stud. I said, how do they beat Utah? And I didn't pick them to. The only way they were going to beat Utah is if Richardson won the game by himself. And largely he did. He's a special quarterback. And I think that's going to be enough. Kentucky's still dealing with some suspensions. They didn't play very well against Miami of Ohio. Give me the Gators.
Their offensive line struggled against Miami of Ohio. Now, Utah had their way with Florida's defensive line, but Kentucky's O-line is not Utah's O-line.
Correct. And I have Carolina in the Baker Mayfield Bowl. It's that simple. I've said he's going to win this game. It's a 1-point game, pick-em game, whatever you want to call it. I'll take Carolina. We also have talked about this being a must-win for the Dolphins since forever. I think Miami gets it done at home with all their weapons. They're better than New England. I think the only reason people are giving New England any credit is because of Belichick. I'm with Lee 100% on his comments. I'm not saying that Bill Belichick's done. I'm not going that crazy. I think that's just a clickbait comment at best. But I don't think this is a good roster. I guess he thinks the Heat will be fine because he had them practicing here all week. Regardless, the speed for Miami wins out. Give me the Dolphins. And finally, I'm going to take the Vikings. Big underdog. I don't take underdogs often, but when I do, I like to get a lot of points. In this case, I'm getting 1.5.
I don't know if it's possible to get less.
It's not. I'm taking the Vikings. It's going to be a straight-up win. They beat Green Bay.
Well, the numbers say on that one you're going to be right. First off, the numbers on Alabama, Texas, you're on the right side. The numbers on the Vikings, Packers, you're on the right side. We had the stat earlier in the week. Home dogs in a week 1 divisional game win outright over 60% of the time. They cover nearly 80% of the time in recent years. Home dogs in a division game, week 1. That is one of the best plays in the NFL. And we've got, 3 of those this week? Vikings at home. It's only 1.5 against Green Bay. Atlanta at home getting 5.5 against the Saints. And is the other one the Texans?
Texans and Indianapolis.
Yeah, because the Giants are playing the Titans.
Right. Colts are a 7-point favorite at Houston.
Don't the Colts open up with like the Texans and the Jags?
I believe you're right.
I mean, come on, Indianapolis. Come on, Mark. You're Colts. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, to be taken seriously, don't you have to be 2-0?
Yes.
And I don't care if you win them both by 1. Don't care at all.
They don't matter. Style points don't matter.
17-16, fine. Jonathan Taylor, grind the game to a halt. Don't care. But come on, guys. You got to be 2-0. So, all right. 4 favorites and getting 1.5.
Give it a big dog.
Listen, I can't say anything. I got 3 favorites and I'll pick them and I'm getting 3.5. So, I love you picking the Gators, though, and doing it just because of all the angry texts that we received.
The only other game that I had up there was Central Michigan and South Alabama, and I'm not putting that game on my board.
Now, Johnny O did point out something in our Twitch chat room. I said Christian McCaffrey's healthy. Well, for Christian McCaffrey, he's healthy, but he did out of nowhere end up on Thursday's injury report.
Yeah, so did Dak.
Yeah, Dak's blaming the shoes. Nike is to blame, apparently, for causing his foot/ankle problems. Here's, I think, the biggest injury to pay attention to. Dwayne Brown Remember, the Jets lost their left tackle to injury, went out and signed Dwayne Brown to be their left tackle. He missed practice Wednesday and Thursday. He's got a shoulder problem. He's having it examined today. Does that sound good in any way? And he's 37. So pay attention to that. Remember, it's Joe Flacco, not very mobile. It's the Ravens. Check out Lamar's week 1 numbers, by the way, in his young career. They're pretty spectacular.
7-point spread on that game. One of the biggest on the board, Baltimore and the Jets.
I still remember that week 1 where he dropped 47 on the Dolphins.
Exactly.
Oh, my.
When they started, that was the 0-7 start for the Dolphins, right?
Yep.
But so pay attention to those injuries. All of a sudden, Dak shows up on an injury report. Christian McCaffrey shows up on an injury report. But Dwayne Brown at left tackle for the Jets. Now, they would move Fant back to left tackle where he played last year. And, you know, they're a little better suited to handle something like this year than last year. But that would be a big blow for the Jets and doesn't bode well for keeping the young quarterback, who's still not going to play till week 4, keeping him healthy when he does finally play.
Well, I feel even better that I had the Jets on the clock.
That's right, you did. I
don't like injuries, but I mean, no. I think this is going to be I thought it was going to be a bad football team. When Becta was unable to play, you already started to see it just doesn't bode well when you're starting to lose linemen before the season starts. They could lose 2 linemen before the season starts, one that was on the roster, one that they signed to replace him.
It is a remarkable stat that the Jets released 9 players that other teams picked up and are on their opening day rosters. How often does a last place team, and not like a Ravens last place team where they had a bunch of injuries last year and that's why they went 8-9. No, the Jets were a last place team because they weren't any good. And yet 9 guys that they released, other teams went, oh, wow, really? He's available? And they're on their 53-man rosters to start the year. That's odd. That's one of 2 things. Either the Jets are a lot better than we think, and the only thing holding them back is the quarterback, or Joe Douglas made a lot of wrong decisions on cutdown day.
I hate to say it, I'd bet more on B than A based on the history of this organization. That it was between Miller and Moulton, and they picked Miller too many times, and that was the wrong guy to pick.
I don't know about that. We'll see how your picks go this week, and mine as well. Then we'll find out which one needs to be thrown out with the trash. Pat Kirwan next. David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Text is, Mike texted me 13 pictures, 2 toilets, 3 exclamation points. Love you. I'd love to see how excited you are about new toilets.
Did you see? Did you watch the whole game last night, right? For the most part.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught the commercials first half. It was for, and I don't even remember what it was for, but it was the husband and wife going, oh, I don't even know. It was for a car, I think. He says, they're vacationing. He says, you forgot the life preservers. No, you said you were going to put the life preserver. Let's go to the replay. And I am just sitting there going, this is just not going to bode well for me. And I'm not even saying that. And then she takes the headsets off. She goes, I love the part where you said, I am not going to forget the life preservers. That just summed up my life.
See the women's final Saturday at 4, men's
Oh.
final Sunday at 4. So
Yeah.
they went back to
Mark,
the men's final on Monday.
bottom left corner of your computer screen, next to the start button, the search window. You see that black ribbon?
Yeah.
That's cool. Interesting. It's probably because it's a queen. I just noticed that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Ops, I remember and won though. Don't get it twisted. Baggy shorts.
Ops, scary times. Come on now. Come on now.
God, that Manti Te'o thing is so good.
You know, I've not seen it, but everyone is raving about it.
It's so good.
Can I just one question? Don't tell me anything about a storyline.
Mhm.
So there's how much new stuff is in it? Like
News?
New.
Oh, new stuff.
So like you're like, oh wow, I didn't know that. Damn, really? That happened? That type of thing. Or is it just an incredibly well put together thing about something that we think we know 90% of?
I think it's more of that,
Okay.
but it's also just Manti Te'o really getting into
Gotcha.
the
Okay.
finite details.
Well, that's worth it.
Yeah. second.
You're calling Pat, right?
Yeah, I got you.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. Now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the third and final hour for those in Lake City, Tampa, St. Pete, Port Charlotte, and Venice. We're just halfway home for those in the 239. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Poll question: who are the Bills going to play in the Super Bowl? No, we didn't word it that way. Although we probably should have, right?
Could have.
I mean, after our poll question yesterday,
Could have.
might as well double down.
Well, and after last night, come on, the parade route is secure now.
So basically, who's going to win the NFC? And we threw the big three out there: Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and the LA Rams, or somebody else. Mark thinks, by the way, it's going to be Green Bay. But I said, hey, if you had to go other, who would it be? And he said, I'll go Vikings. I went, I'll be damned. I think it's going to be Tampa Bay, but my other pick would be Philadelphia if we went that route. Pat Kirwan, kind enough to join us once again. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains and CBS's NFL Today show. Pat joining us Tuesdays and Fridays throughout the NFL season at 8 o'clock, courtesy of Pinchers. From Tampa to Key West and a dozen locations in between. Pinchers, because you can't fake fresh. All right. How's it feel getting in a three-point stance, hitting somebody for the first time? How's it feel?
It feels pretty good. Really feels great if you're in a Buffalo uniform, I can tell you that.
Very impressive last night, Pat. Your takeaways from the game, is there, the 7 sacks, the turnovers, there's so many directions to point. What impressed you most about the Buffalo Bills last night?
Well, the thing that I said when I left their camp spot was their depth of the roster, and it was so evident last night with eight defensive linemen rotating through the game. And when you look at those guys with their hand on the ground for Buffalo, what did they produce? Let's see here. They produced so many plays: 7 tackles for loss, 7 sacks, 15 hits on the quarterback, 3 interceptions. Those guys, and that's where when I left camp, they have depth there. Even guys like Jamison Crowder on offense, he's not even a starter. So if somebody goes down or they feel like resting somebody, Crowder's a capable receiver. So it's got depth everywhere. They even have depth at quarterback. Case Keenum's a pretty good backup when it comes to defining what a backup can do. I don't know. I think Josh Allen, I love that he runs, that he's really, really effective. But when you got a 31-10 lead, turn the faucet off. That's what I'd say with him. But that's them. And then you saw 2 things personnel-wise. It made a difference that Von Miller was on Buffalo and not on the Rams. And he was on fire. And I know he doesn't have to play 100% of the plays. They got the rotation going great. He loves it. And then you realize that Andrew Whitworth couldn't play forever. But when you start looking at Notebone and what he was a backup, and he looked like a backup last night. He had a hard time handling stuff.
Well, and Pat, it's week 1. You don't want to go crazy, particularly in a negative direction. But there's no doubt, to start the season, the Rams are weaker on the O-line, and without Odell Beckham, it seems as if it's Cooper Kupp against the world. All right, do you think that the Rams have it on the roster to overcome those 2 deficiencies?
Well, Van Jefferson didn't play. I'm not saying that he's Odell Beckham when Odell's healthy, which is rare. But Van Jefferson's a factor for them and has been a factor. So when they get him back, that'll help the cause quite a bit. But if they don't protect, and this is my biggest fear with Stafford, who knows how serious his elbow was. Jimmy Miller still thinks it's got shoulder issues in it. But this is what I always worried about, throwing over 40 times. Now, they got a nice little rest here. But if he had to throw, and he will, because their running game outside, well, Cam Akers disappeared, and he didn't play that much. But if he has to throw over 40 times on a Sunday and come back on a Thursday night and throw 40 times, I think that could be problematic. He took a beating physically, and I think, look, I don't think every team has what Buffalo has in pass rush, but if Stafford plays a month of football and the physicality looked like last night, he's not going to last the season.
All right, let's move on to the games this weekend, starting with the Miami Dolphins and the New England Patriots. This is a game for David and I. We've said it's a must-win for Miami. It's hard to say that week one, but the Dolphins have put so much into the offseason. They think that they're better than the New England Patriots. This is a game to us that Miami has to show it. How do you look at this game, Pat?
Yeah. Well, if I asked you, Mark, you can have one roster, which roster would you take?
Miami, and it's not close.
Well, and Pat, if I could stop you there, isn't this the first time since maybe Belichick's first year in New England that you could say that we would all take Miami's roster over New England? It's the first time in over 20 years.
Yeah, but it should have happened before this, but it took 20 years to finally figure out how to draft right, trade right, whatever. But they've accomplished that. And so the roster says Miami, number one. Number two, recent history, and I'm talking about over the last 5 years, New England struggles even with Brady when they play Miami. Miami, they do a nice job when they play New England. So there's two things on the Dolphins side. I just think this coach down in Miami, we talked about this on Tuesday, I cannot wait to see him handle a football team, because I have a feeling he's going to be extremely effective. And look, he's not Belichick. I didn't say that. He won't be Belichick. We'll check in 20 years. But I think he brings a coach component to this that I think in past years they didn't really have. I think it's different now. I know you might argue with me on this, but if you think of the last 3 or 4 coaches in there, without even playing a game, I'll take this guy. So I like that part of it quite a bit. I think their offensive line is a little better than people think. A lot of the Dolphin fans are scared to death of their O-line, but there's a lot of O-lines around the league right now that I'd worry about more than theirs. So it's not easy. Belichick, I don't know, I wouldn't have gone down for 5 days down in South Florida, but he did. So he thinks he can manage his team. But I like Miami. I think it'll be closer. Maybe in the low 20s, 24, 23, something like that.
Tampa Bay in Dallas. Last year, they opened up Dallas at Tampa Bay. Both teams have injury issues, and we all know that the Bucs have the interior of their offensive line issue, but Dallas also has the interior of their defensive line as an issue. Week 1, Tampa Bay at Dallas. How do you see it?
Yeah, I am nervous about Tampa Bay going very far this year with their offensive line, especially the inside 3. We've talked about it a lot. So Dallas is not going to provide the opportunity. They don't have the kind of guys that would – you get 2 big horses like Miami has and put them in against that front 3 inside guards and center, and you're going to be in Brady's face all day. So how much will my friend down there blitz Tampa Bay? If you don't have power players inside, then blitz inside. And people have been saying that for 20 years, except now it's different. They're not going to hold up very well. And Hainsey he's a little light in the britches. They're going to power rush him. And I would think that Dallas, if you can't beat him right now, Dallas, I don't know if you're ever going to beat him, but I'll take Dallas in this one.
All right, let's look at some other games. To us, the other big game is Green Bay in Minnesota. David and I both like the Vikings in this game, I think. I know I had the Vikings. Yeah, you picked them in your picks as well. So we both have the Vikings in this game. Are you worried at all about now Green Bay and the receiving style? How's this game going to, from a standpoint of how this game's going to be played out? Green Bay going to have to pound it more, or are we going to still see Rodgers throwing it all over the place?
Was kind of boastful this week when he was kind of making fun of his division, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
This is the time of year that all these guys talk about they're better and they're ready to take us on, and then they disappear, something to that effect. I found that unusual by him. When I hear him talk like that, I think he knows his defense is really much better than he's had in a long time, and I think he likes his young receivers. He's been pushing those 2 rookies hard, and look, I picked Green Bay to play Buffalo in the Super Bowl. I was tickled to death with the first half of that last night. And I do like the Green Bay defense. I like Minnesota to be a wild card. Everyone and his brother's taking Minnesota. I'll just stick with Rodgers. If I take Rodgers 17 times, what do you think my record's going to be?
Well, the last 3 years, you would have won 13 each one.
And I'll do it again this year.
Well, you and Mark Miller have the same Super Bowl, Buffalo and Green Bay. That would be pretty sexy. All right, the Baker Mayfield Bowl. First off, let Cleveland for a second. All right, are they done with that? With Jacoby Brissett for 11 games, are they cooked?
I'd like to say yes to that, and they might be. But, they can run the ball, and they play good defense. I'm not a fan of Jacoby Brissett. Got a terrible record, maybe 14-23 as a starter. Kevin will try to protect him, but I would think not this year, folks. They're going to have a hard time winning more games than they lose.
And obviously, that's a division that is pretty damn stacked. And with Cincinnati and Baltimore, we both think are going to be pretty damn good teams. And I know you're a lot higher on Pittsburgh than most of us. A couple minutes left in the segment. Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. Do you give much of a shot to the Steelers in this one?
I do. I'm not real tickled to death with the Cincinnati offensive line. They went out and got a couple guys, but did they get better? That's the question. And my answer is I don't think so. And they're up against the team. Look, they swept them last year. T.J. Watt didn't play in one of the two games. They held him to 20 points. I get it. That was Ben and what was going on there. I give Pittsburgh a real chance in this game. When I left their camp, they were an angry group. And as one of the GMs told me, he goes, we played against against Pittsburgh. We weren't ready for their physicality. And I said, well, you can't be because they tackle every day and you don't. So I think Pittsburgh's going to hang around in this game, play pretty good.
Well, we saw it last year, week 1. Remember? Pittsburgh went into Buffalo and physically came out of the locker room, particularly in the second half, and absolutely took it to the Bills. So, Pat, you might be onto something. Maybe early in the season, the Steelers are just more ready to play than most.
Nobody tackled like they did. I said it on the show a number of times, but believe me, when you go to as many camps as me and nobody's tackling and one team is tackling to the ground every day, you start to believe that they are going to be ready.
Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS's NFL Today show. We'll go through the rest of the week 1 schedule with Pat coming up on the other side. Chris Landry from LandryFootball.com will join us coming up in about 25 minutes. It's a Football Friday edition of Miller & Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Wow, at 8:30 or at 8?
We've had weird weather the past couple days. It's been coming in off of the Gulf early.
Yeah.
Apparently, our producer wanted to get rid of a segment early.
He did. He said goodbye to me after you said you'll be back after this. He said goodbye. And I knew you were going to call back, but I said, maybe I'll just wait and sweat him out so he has to tell you guys. I don't know.
Oh, God, we would have paid you money to do that.
But you know what? I like him too much. I told him I wouldn't do it to you, but God knows I want. Yeah, but he said, "Hey, take it easy," and he clicked as I was saying, "I think I'm."
I look up.
Couldn't wait to get my ass out of that building.
No,
That's funny.
I look up. They're like, "What the hell are you doing?"
And then Felipe's got the look like, oh, snap.
Yep.
Yeah. So what time did you get in last night? Because you're not on your game today.
I went to bed.
That little chuckle means you watched the game in a bar and got home at midnight. As you realize your Dolphin career as a fan is stuck in another 14.
We talked about that this morning at 6.
Yep.
Yeah. He's every Dolphin. So I remember when Dennis Miller called in and ripped that caller.
Yep.
We're putting that caller's whole stream-a-thon on the radio today to start the show. The reason Dennis called in is the guy who called from L.A., Brian Obnoxious Prick. He's the guy that said the Rams are going to mop up the floor with the Bills. I guarantee Dennis Miller calls in today after he hears that. And, Brian is dead. Yeah, we're going to start the show with Brian. You're going to get what you deserve for. I said to him, "Do you want to rephrase that mop up the floor thing?" And he goes, "No, I know what I'm talking about. You're East Coast bias." Okay.
All right, Pat, I won't ask you this on the air. I never would, but curious because the Premier League's canceled for the weekend because of the Queen diet. If the president died on a Thursday, any president, would we play NFL football on Sunday?
Heck yeah. We'd have about 2 minutes of silence. Well, I don't know. For Biden, maybe 30 seconds of silence. Yeah.
You think so?
Well, didn't we play when they assassinated John Kennedy?
Yeah, but Roselle,
he got crushed for
it. Right. And Roselle said it was his biggest mistake. Okay. That's
but he made. He made that mistake.
Yeah,
So that was my first knee injury. My first bad knee injury was that Sunday after the assassination. I was playing poker. I think it was 8th grade. But I ended up blowing out my knee and was in a cast for like 2 months. And my mother was going to my father, "You should have never let him play." President Kennedy was assassinated. I go, "This has nothing to do with President Kennedy." So everyone says, "Do you remember where you were when Kennedy was assassinated?" "Yeah, I was in the hospital." First of 4 surgeries on my knees.
In 8th grade?
Yeah. It was a mess. But it was fine. It got better in a year. Back then, they put cast on you all the time. 2 months in a cast.
30 seconds.
when do you fly to New York? Tomorrow?
I'm in New York. I'm
Oh,
just going to drive down.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're at the house.
Yeah, I'm up at the lake and doing a show today, and then tomorrow I'll drive down to Jersey, catch up with my wife and grandkids, do the show from 2 to 5, and then 3 in the morning on Sunday I'll just drive up to the
Coming back.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan, he of NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS's NFL Today show. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West. Many points in between Pinchers because you can't fake fresh. All right. And if you're just joining us, we went through the Dolphins and the Bucks and a handful of other games. Second half of the week 1 schedule, if you will. How about we start? Trey Lance in Chicago. The Bears, for some reason, feel really good about themselves when the rest of the world is telling them how much they suck. Kittle looks like he's not going to play. He may actually miss some real time. Okay. Is San Francisco ripe for the upset here?
No, I don't think so. They've got other things that work for them. Their head coach loves running the ball. He'll run the ball. There is a guy named Devo Samuel that can do a lot of different things, and he will. But it's like this is my whole theme about this first week. How many offensive lines are beat up? They're going to start a rookie in Chicago. Jimmy Miller is there a lot with the Bears. I think he's going to have a hard time with the pass rush. They're going to be begging to take turns against them in the 49er rush. So, no, I think they'll be fine. Now, look, if they're not fine or if Trey Lance has one of those shaky performances, you're going to be asking me on Tuesday, is it time for Jimmy Garoppolo, which I think they're going to slow roll that. But the first 2 games for San Francisco are very winnable, and he should get his feet on the ground and have 2 good games, start to establish himself. If he's shaky, the veterans are going to be going, when's Jimmy getting in?
All right, the Eagles and the Lions. I mean, the Lions were everybody's darling pick to be this team that's going to, maybe go from double-digit losses to have some sort of a turnaround, whatever that's supposed to mean. Probably means 7-10, Pat. But the Eagles, picked by a lot of people to win their division, they start on the road. How do you see it?
Yeah, I picked Philly to win the division, too. I think they've done a lot of good things this year. Detroit's not ready to take this on, but I will say this. When I was out there with Campbell, he brought up this game from last year. They were embarrassed. It was really the impetus for Dan Campbell to become the play caller on offense and for them to overhaul their defense and really switch schemes, which they have completed now. So he pointed to the Eagle game as the most embarrassing moment and what caused them to start doing different things. I don't think they're ready to beat Philadelphia, but I think they're ready to play harder and a closer score. They're not going to get run over. The whole team remembers that thing. It was pretty damn ugly. So that's where I think it's going to go. And Campbell, he says he's not calling the plays, but if they're not working, you watch. He'll be right on top of that run game. Philadelphia last year was a terrible team early in the year. When they started running the ball all the time, they ran their way to the playoffs, and they will continue on that road. They like that road quite a bit, and it protects Jalen Hurts. They're trying to become a Super Bowl team without having a quarterback be a mega thrower. And this is not Baltimore's defense. They're pretty good. They're not the Baltimore defense of 2000, where they had Trent Dilfer and they kind of worked around it. Sooner or later, Jalen's going to have to do some things, but it's not this week. They'll win this one by 10 points.
All right. Which one of these 3 6 to 7 point underdogs has the best performance this weekend? Texans at home against the Colts, Giants at Tennessee, Jets at home against the Ravens.
Well, if you ask the Jet fans, they seem to call the show a lot in the last couple of days. They think the Jets are going to be right in this game. It's Flacco. I don't think so. I think I'd take Houston in that one. I don't think any of them are going to win. But if you ask me which one I think is going to be the best looking at the end of it, I'd say Houston.
Pat, do you have Monday night? I know it's a little bit further away, but you talk with Seattle a lot. What's their outlook? I mean, are they kind of like Chicago, that they think they're better than they are, or what feeling do you get out of Seattle?
Well, I also talked to Hackett yesterday for a while. Very excited about this whole thing. He's just all smiles and waiting to roll out there. And I said to him at the end of it, I said, look, when you're in the tunnel, all of a sudden that excitement turns to nerves. He goes, yeah, I'm going to admit that. That's true. And I said, do yourself a favor when you run out of the tunnel, run behind Russell so you can keep seeing the name Wilson in front of you. It'll help you get through the game. Look, Pete's got two things going for him. They have a nice rotation of pass rushers. None of them are great. Most of them are good. He's looking to get a rotation. He's not as good as Buffalo, but he will roll 8 defensive linemen through there. And then he wants to run the ball. And he is thinking, in my mind, he's thinking keep it close to the vest, try to stay in this game, and hope that you're in the fourth quarter. And then of course, without Russell, he won't have that ability to win. But he's going to play it close to the vest, try to keep it close. The other guy's going to let Russell do whatever he wants. They're smart enough to know this is Russell's offense. I will say this, when I was at camp at both places, back-to-back days, I was concerned for Russell that he was taking off a lot in the team period and having to run because he couldn't find the time to throw. And that's why I bring up Seattle's rush. They know how to get after him, and they know where he's going to try to escape. So they could make it a little tough on him, but I don't think they're ready to beat Denver.
The late games on CBS are both pretty intriguing. Kansas City at Arizona, the Raiders and Chargers. I mean, Pat, those AFC West games are all going to be monsters this year.
Yeah, I think the Chargers are trying to tell us that J.C. Jackson might be available. It's day-to-day, all that stuff. I would think he's not playing, and that's a problem. When you think about Devontae Adams, we're doing a special with Devontae, and we worked on that with him the other day. A lot of people are anointing the Chargers, yet they have never done enough to feel that way. They got a nice roster, and that quarterback's unbelievable. I kind of like the Raiders in this game. I can't wait to see how they function with Josh running the offense. The other one, Arizona's kind of limping in here. They got a couple of critical injuries, and I'm not a Kyler Murray fan. I think to see the revision of Patrick Mahomes in a way that it's more disciplined. He's going to take off and do his thing, but he doesn't have a receiver in Tyreek that's going to dictate coverage. So he's got to get the ball spread out. He says he's going to do that. I hope Andy realizes that he has a couple of running backs and he ought to be running the ball more. But we say that every year and he never does. I'm Kansas City, and I'll take the Raiders.
Well, and who's Murray going to throw the ball to? With D-Hop being out, they traded Kirk. That receiving core for Arizona is not very good this year.
No. And Kyler, make sure everyone knows that after the game. He likes to complain.
Finally, Pat, the Jags are a really small underdog in Washington. It's almost like Vegas is saying, here's where your week 1 upset could be.
Yeah, it's interesting. The guys that I know, I didn't go to Jacksonville, but my buddies that did thought there was a significant jump in improvement in Trevor Lawrence. And that's easy to understand, I think. Doug Peterson's perfect for this guy. First up, let's bring in pro football instead of college football. And let's bring in a guy that played quarterback in this league that's already mentored young quarterbacks. So it wouldn't surprise me if Trevor is ready to play pretty well. And I think that there's enough issues in Washington. Where's their pass rush? It disappeared all of last year. When I was with the young quarterback now in Washington, formerly of the Eagles and Colts, he was joking to me. He knows that this is the last stop as a starter. If he fails here, he's going to be a backup or out of the league. I think he wouldn't leave. He'd put a baseball hat on and be happy to stand there. So he's got a lot of pressure on him. That's my point with him. If I was looking for an upset, it might be Jacksonville.
He's Pat Kirwan. Weekday afternoons on NFL Radio, he's co-hosting Moving the Chains from 3 to 7 Eastern, and then he's part of CBS's NFL Today show, and he joins us twice a week during the season, courtesy of Pinchers. From Tampa to Key West and a dozen locations in between. Pinchers, because you can't fake fresh. Pat, have a couple of great shows. Safe travels. We'll talk Tuesday.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. Good luck. Have fun, guys. Enjoy week one.
Pat Kirwan. Chris Landry is next.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Everything all right?
Yeah, it's the movers.
Already there?
Already there, and apparently the front desk had no idea that this was happening, which is amazing because she filled out all the paperwork and everything. But
Morning, Chris.
Morning.
Sorry about that late send. For some reason, I didn't do it this morning. I do it at 6 o'clock every morning. I went, holy crap, I didn't send him an invite.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know if it was that. I was thinking I'd kind of pulled up the link from last week. I thought maybe he just wants him to use that every week. I didn't know if it was a different one or not. So usually it's a different one.
Yeah, it's a different one every week. Even got a page made this time. It looks a little cleaner now. I've got you on the right side.
Look at you.
I can fudge my way through this Pixlr software to at least
Cool.
make it look somewhat.
Yeah, if I don't know if I text you guys on if there's anything else I could do, like if y'all got segments that y'all want promoted, like football segments.
Okay.
Don't go through any trouble, but like I'm assuming you got somebody cutting up the interview. Send it to me and I'll do it. I've helped the group the show out in Philadelphia. You know, they have me on every now and they've got a kind of a similar thing. They're on radio, they're on this. Just bring football fans that may not know who you are. I threw my Landry football. If it's as simple as just sending it to me, have somebody click it to me, I'll post it and do all that on Landry football. So I don't know if it's whether it's your NFL guy you do or any other college stuff or whatever. I had one guy sent me, something last night that I do in Mississippi that from a Texas guy that's previewing the Alabama game. Yeah, whatever. Just try to help promote. So you know how to reach me.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I told you before too, if you need this, if you need StreamYard for anything, holler. We used yours for so long. So if you need mine, just let me.
I appreciate it. When I get ready to do the video stuff again, I may hit you up and get to, because I don't know what I would do if I want to go back and get a if I want to get into a studio again. I may get you advice on where to go, but I'm kind of right now working on the audio stuff. But yeah, I'll take you up on that.
No problem. No problem at all.
How you
Hey,
holding up?
David, how are you?
I'm good, Chris. I really am.
That's great.
The grind starts.
Yes,
Kinda-
sir. Are
Kind
you
of
still
started last week, but the grind's going to start.
are you still doing was it spotting or stats for? Are you still doing that? Or are you traveling a lot? Or
Yeah, I a little less this year than the last 4 or 5 years because I'm with Aikman, and so instead of doing Thursdays and Sundays, now I just have to do Monday. But I'm still
okay.
doing Danielson on Saturday. So
Okay.
it's
Still a lot of travel then. Yeah.
yeah, but it's not bad. It's travel Friday, work Saturday, travel Sunday, work Monday, travel home Tuesday.
Yeah.
Just want your miles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
got that right.
You got to do the Monday morning show from
And Tuesday morning.
and Tuesday morning from wherever. Yeah.
But last year, in the last 4 years, Mark had to put up with me 3 days a week on location.
Oh.
It would be Thursday, Friday, Monday. I'd be on the road because I couldn't get home because we did the 425 game on Sundays. I couldn't get home.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, makes sense.
So what's your when Saturdays? How many? I know you do a lot of film work. How many games are you watching at once, or do you just watch a game?
We're back right now, aren't we?
We got 15.
Oh, crap.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
10 seconds.
All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Our poll question today, go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton on Twitter, floridasportsnetwork.com, and vote who's going to play the Bills in the Super Bowl. Okay, we didn't word it that way, but that's how we feel. Okay, who from the NFC? The big three, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, LA, or will it be someone else? Go vote. Chris Landry. You may have an opinion on that, but we ask him to break down college football for the most part on this segment. You can follow Chris at LandryFootball.com, LandryFootball.com, whether it's just Cliff Notes version of teams and games or whether or not you want to get neck deep in it. Chris Landry, former coach, scout, administrator, worked for the likes of Belichick and Saban, so he knows just a little bit about football. You can follow him on Twitter at Landry Football. Chris, how are you?
I'm doing great, guys. We've got a full week 1 under our belt going into week 2, so we're off and running and learning a little bit more about these teams each and every week. So I'm excited about this week's schedule, even though it's probably doesn't have the name brand value of last week. It's got some good games.
No doubt. Let's look back before we look forward. When you looked at Florida and Utah, and Richardson, as impressive as he was, when you break that game down and break the film down, how impressive was Florida? Was it the quarterback? And moving forward, what does that show you about the Gators?
It was the quarterback because I don't think they win it without him. But what impressed me, besides the quarterback, which I expected, was how they played, the physical nature, their commitment to the run. They played a Utah team that's physical at the line of scrimmage, that is well coached, disciplined, assignment sound, and they matched them. They played their game to match Utah, and they beat them at it. And I know the difference was home and Anthony Richardson, but really impressed. In fact, in breaking down the tape, here's what surprised me, that Florida was even more disciplined with gap control, assignment sound than Utah, which is saying a lot. Because I said last week, it's the best developmental program in the country, Utah is, at taking guys. So what you see is a well-coached, well-organized Florida team. Look, their ceiling is limited. They're not a great team, but they've got a great quarterback, and that keeps them in every game. It's going to be fun to watch this Florida team. I'm excited to see what they do this week against another well-coached team, physical team in Kentucky, but they're going to be without Chris Rodriguez, which hurts them. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how the Gators take it from here.
All right, and we'll get to that in a moment. I also want to look back kind of in your neck of the woods, Florida State's performance against LSU. We know LSU is a work in progress. It's Brian Kelly's first game, but this is year 3 for Norvell. All right, what is it that you saw that's different from what you've seen the last 2 years?
Well, I thought they outplayed LSU. I thought they were more physical. I just thought they were the better team in that game. But guys, they didn't put the game away. I mean, they didn't win it at the end. I mean, they had plenty of opportunities to put them away, and when you control the game like they did and had chances to put it away, and then you look back and you say, man, they were fortunate to win it. That tells you that, okay, look, you get a win, build off of it. Look, there's a chance. They could start off 4-0, 4-1. We'll see. But, boy, they got some things to correct there. Some decisions that they made weren't really sound. And, look, you get in the red zone, you gotta put points on the board. You've got a team that's struggling on the other side offensively. You're up by 7. You got control of the game. Look, you kick the field goal, get up 10. I mean, you got to be careful that you protect the football on the goal line. I mean, those are all things that gave LSU life in a game in which they didn't have any.
What did you think of the Florida State offensive line? Because it's been terrible for a couple of years. So when you look back at that game, are they making strides at the line of scrimmage where, right, 4-1 or 4-0, whatever, but they get to the meat of the schedule a little after that when they're playing the Wake Forest and when they're playing Miami and when they're playing Clemson? Is that line developing in a way that you see them being a formidable offensive line?
I thought for the most part, they did pretty good against a very good LSU defensive line. Now, Mason Smith went out pretty early and with an injury. Ali Gay went out. Those are 2 big guys that they didn't have to block for 4 quarters. So keep that in mind. But I did see some improvement, no question. I thought not only they did that, I thought they had a better game plan. I thought they worked around some of the pressures that LSU threw at them. So I think it's going to be better. How much, we'll see. But I was impressed with what I saw on tape and what they could do. But again, it's what they didn't do that could cost you games. Guys, I'll end it with this on this game. I mean, I know Brian Kelly's getting a lot of heat, but what I keep thinking, I tend to go with coaches and always think in terms of that. I feel bad for the guy that loses. What if Mike Norvell had blown that game?
Oh, Deion.
I mean, it just would be a disaster. Yeah. Kelly's he's in a first year of a 10-year deal. He's got to rebuild and all that, but it's just was. I think that excitement level was a deep sigh of relief for Mike. I mean, and let's get the heck out of New Orleans with a win, and let's try to figure things out. But let's go and have a good year. That could have been a beginning of the real end for him if he'd blown that game.
There's no doubt. They ended up winning that at the end. I'm telling you, they would have called Deion before the month was out. We're talking college football with Chris Landry, LandryFootball.com, LandryFootball.com. You can follow him on Twitter at Landry Football. All right, tonight, Louisville, very disappointing week 1. UCF. There's some people that think they could be the best group of 5 team. You have any thoughts about tonight?
Well, the first thought was, what the heck was that last week for Louisville? They got not beaten by Syracuse. They got pummeled by Syracuse. They need to fix things in a hurry. The offense turned the football over a whole bunch. The defense was horrific, brutal. I think Louisville's better. I think clearly better than how they showed last week. Still got Malik Cunningham. They've got some firepower. UCF, I think, is better. And I know it was against South Carolina State, but I like what I saw there. And I think we'll see. I just like it. I can't get that Louisville Syracuse game out of my mind. It's just going to be a tougher challenge for UCF, but that performance last week, I would put them as a candidate of the complete turnaround this week. They've got to play appreciably better if they're going to keep this close.
Gators and Kentucky. You talked about how well the Gators ran the football. I love the fact that they had a couple of guys. ATN only touched the ball a few times. I'd like to see him see it a bunch more in this Kentucky game. What's the game plan for the Gators this week?
Yeah, look, here's the other thing that I think I saw, and it goes to the physicality. Billy Napier wants to run the football. I mean, they want to throw it, and they use a quarterback in the run game, but they've got depth at running back. I think the offensive line is, more effective as run blockers at the point of attack. This is going to be fun because at times it was a contrast in styles when these two teams played. I think these are two teams kind of mirror images in terms of style. Physical point of attack game. Look, I think that at home with Anthony Richardson, depth at the running game. I like what I saw there. I coming out of it, I would say that this Florida team has got a good chance, maybe even better than I thought at the beginning of the year. Mainly because I think that Kentucky, while starting off slow against Miami, Ohio, and played well without Chris Rodriguez, which this may be at least 4 games or more. I just don't like them as much in this game. But I'm going to tell you, Kentucky will fight you, and it's going to take 4 quarters to put them away.
Chris, I think this is the best Gators offensive line since Urban. I really do. It's certainly, I think, the most physical offensive line since Urban. And I thought we saw that against Utah.
And look, one of those guys he brought directly in from Louisiana Lafayette in the back. I mean, so he's kind of put things together. I like what Billy has done. Of course, I've known him for years. I like his organization skills. I like what I saw. Look, it's only one game. We'll revisit it week in and week out, but I think this is a pretty solid team that Florida has.
All right. They're hoping to be undefeated when they play Tennessee in a couple weeks. And will Tennessee be undefeated? A good game for them. They don't normally go and play a road game against a Power 5. Tennessee at Pitt.
Contrast in styles here. Tennessee wants to work their tempo, get an early lead, and take Pitt out of their run game. Now, Pitt will run some tempo on offense as well, but they want to establish the run a lot more. Saw Pat Narduzzi in his comments about Mark Whipple, who's now at Nebraska, and a little too pass happy. Well, when you have Jordan Addison and Kenny Pickett, that maybe is understanding. They had a good season last year, and I still think they've got an effective passing game. Big receivers that can make big plays on the ball against Tennessee's corner. So watch that. I think it's going to be a tough game on the road for Tennessee, but Tennessee's in a better place. Hendon Hooker's playing with some confidence. Jabari Small is running the ball well. I do think the key is the tempo because I don't think Tennessee's offensive line matches up well against a very good Pitt defensive line. But I think it's going to be a fun one. I like Tennessee, though, to get a lead and maybe take Pitt out of their run game.
Yeah, Pitt doesn't like to throw it, and they're going to have to in this football game, I think, at some point if they want to win. Will Texas be hanging around at halftime against Alabama, or is this a game that we're going to watch the first quarter and be able to go do the honeydew list and get ready for a 3:30 game?
Well, we have to define hanging around. 14 points, it's borderline hanging around. I think I could see, 14-point, maybe even 10-point Alabama lead at half. Maybe I don't. To answer your question, I don't see. I think that it's going to be very difficult for Texas's defense to slow down Alabama's offense. I think this, the newer iteration of Alabama's offense, new as in past few years now, is they can explode on you. I think they're going to explode on the defense. Look, Texas is going to have to run it very well with Bijan Robinson. Quinn Ewers is going to have to get the ball out quickly. They're not going to match points. And can you really run the football consistently on Alabama? watch Will Anderson play some 3 technique in this game because he loves doing it and helping against the run. I just don't see much of a fight here. I think Texas will play hard. I just don't think they have the goods to match up with Bama here.
I think it's the sneaky best game of the weekend. Baylor visiting BYU. Some had Baylor as a sleeper 4th team in the playoff. Some have BYU as the best group of 5 team. They're both ranked. BYU favored home against Baylor.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see this Baylor team. I really like their physical style, their offensive line play. I thought the quarterback played well last week. Look, I mean, I know it was Albany, but that kid's really good. The kid I think with Abraham Smith and Ebner gone, I thought really did a good job running the football. I think they'll be able to control this game. BYU, BYU's mantra. Physical, veteran team, good line of scrimmage team, but Baylor's defense is better, and I think that's going to be the difference here. But quite frankly, I'm going off of Baylor more of what I saw last year than what I saw in that beatdown against Albany. BYU, I think, is going to be a good team, but they are what they are. Occasionally, they get some playmakers like the quarterback, but I don't know that they have enough speed and playmaking ability here. This is about Baylor to me.
Chris Landry, former coach, scout, administrator. He analyzes football, a lot of tape, also does the tape work for you. You can get his work at LandryFootball.com, LandryFootball.com. You can follow Chris on Twitter at LandryFootball. Chris, thanks for your time. As always, we appreciate it, and have a great weekend.
Hey, you guys do the same. Enjoy the games.
Chris Landry, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. He's taken with the Gators.
He is. He's taken with their quarterback.
And he knows the coach very well. And as you could, Chris is from Louisiana. Okay, I don't know if you could tell that. And so he's got a lot of experience with
Brian Kelly, isn't
Correct. What Brian Kelly needs is what Chris Landry has.
In fact, if we were to actually build something up and have an opener for the Chris Landry segment, I think I'd have Brian Kelly doing the Louisiana accent in it.
So he seems, when I was first dating my wife, my now mother-in-law turned to my wife at some point and said, I think he's smitten. And I get the sense that Chris Landry is smitten with Richardson and the Gators.
And if you're a Gator fan, I think you should be even more impressed that he was smitten with your offensive line.
To Chris Landry, that's sexy.
Get control. That's sexy. Miller and Moulton, we thank you so much for listening right here on the Florida Sports Network.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Uh-oh. He's got to show you his jersey. He's proud of it. I will say, he looks good in it. All right. Now, the whole arms thing is a joke.
It's just
All
a
right.
little something. It's just a little something.
There's
just a little bit. Just a little bit.
It's embarrassing. It's like milk and Oreo cookies there. All right.
2016.
But like the jersey.
It is a nice jersey.
Like the jersey. So, all right. There you have it. Waited all morning for that.
Have you ever seen that clip of, I think it's Kyle Rudolph going?
Yeah.
You ever seen that clip from like 2017 or 18 of Kyle Rudolph asking Vikings players in the locker room, who would you least want to date your sister? Every single one of them says Diggs. They go, oh, Diggs. Yeah, Diggs. No.
It's a good line, ugly bag of water. It's a good line.
Want to pick NFL games here?
Yeah. Mom likes the jersey and the hair.
And the hair. You know,
and the hair.
I blow dried my hair this morning.
Wow.
It was just sitting
a
there.
football Friday was worthy of a blow dry,
Yep.
huh? Wow.
Got out of the shower. I was sitting there. I'm like, I'll blow dry my hair. Thanks, Mom.
Oh.
I'm excited for Lions Eagles. That'll be a good game.
I think there'll be a lot of good games, actually.
There's a lot of good matchups.
I'm trying to figure out what the Fox game is going to be locally at 1. Might be Eagles Lions.
I'm going to bet Saints Falcons. They'll stick it to them geographically. And I don't think Fox would pick up the phone and call to check.
No. NFL.
Possible Jags Commanders. Possible.
Ooh.
So it'll be interesting to see which game they stick it to them for geographically.
Dougie P versus Carson Wentz.
Do they stick them because they're in state with Jacksonville? Or since this is a Tampa Bay market, do they stick them with the NFC South games? RCB, I think they'll take 2 or 3. They're catching the Yankees at a great time. Yankees are really banged up. I do think tonight's game is monstrous, though. because I think they're going to avoid Cole, and their second best pitcher for the Yankees is pitching tonight. So I think this is a big game.
Hulu is showing Niners Bears.
Oh, that's the CBS. Okay, CBS late game. Fox.
We're getting Niners.
We're getting Niners Bears.
Wow.
Ugh.
That is surprising.
It's most of the country's getting Niners Bears. That's why.
Ew.
That's the game they're giving most of the country.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour, Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, on this first NFL Football Friday.
Football Friday.
I'll tell you what, getting deeper and raspier as the show goes on. I like it. You kept your voice. Sometimes, you're like the singer hitting a high note early in the concert and they go, ooh, not going to get there again.
Not week 1. Week 17 could be a different story, David, but I am ready.
Want to pick some games?
Let's do it.
Okay.
We always pick NFL games just for winners. Might as well do that now and go through the schedule of our games. I've got one in front of me, so I'll just go with the list I have.
Okay.
That worked for you. Let's start with Eagles and Lions. I don't have the guts to take Detroit.
Line is 4, which is a little smaller than you'd think. Yeah, I'm going to take Philadelphia.
Well, I was waiting for a week 1 special there out of Moulton. You were hemming and hawing about it.
No, my week 1 special is the Jags.
And Indianapolis at the Texans. You going to take Houston?
I'll tell you what. I should have bet them against the spread.
And taking the points.
It's the home dog week 1 divisional game. That's like 82% against the spread here this century. But I don't think Houston will win. And let me tell you something. If they do, I am going to crush you on Monday. I'm going to crush you in your Colts. I'm just letting you know. If they lose week 1, I will be so done with listening to the Colts are going to win the AFC South. Crap. If they can't beat Houston and Jacksonville to start the year 2-0.
During our picks, we both picked Carolina laying the 1, so we're obviously picking them to win the game outright. San Francisco's a 6.5-point favorite over Chicago. We both think the Bears suck. I'm imagining, David, you're going to pick San Francisco.
I will say, though, not having Kittle, I think, is a big deal.
Well, I think the most interesting part about Chicago is that the Bears themselves think that they have a really good football team.
I know.
And they're not shy about it.
No.
I mean,
because they've had, they had the great preseason. See? But they played their guys more than most. And I will say, I don't think the Bears are going to do anything different in the regular season than what they showed in the preseason. Because I think it's their only way they're capable of playing. They loaded up with the tight ends. They're stronger at that position than wide receiver. They're trying to protect Fields because their line's not any good. They're trying to roll him out on, boots and what have you. They don't have a deep threat at receiver. They're trying to play ball control offense, also protect the defense that's in a little bit of transition. Remember, you have a defensive head coach. The problem I see is that they've shown the whole league how they're going to play in the preseason, and most of the league is better players than them. So I think it's going to be a rough year.
Washington hosting Jacksonville.
I like the Jags. I do. I think it's not working in Washington, which is odd because I hold Ron Rivera in high regard. First off, the defensive end's not healthy again. I don't like Wentz anymore. I was a Carson Wentz guy. It was Wentz golf in the draft, and I was like, oh, you got to go Wentz, got to go Wentz. I think he's broken. He's making the same mistakes in a different uniform. Holding on the ball way too long, takes the sack, throws the ball when he shouldn't.
All right, look it. I want to pick Jacksonville here. I like Jacksonville. I think the winner of this game may end up having the better record of the two teams when the season's all done, because I think they're similar. I'm going to take Washington just basically so we don't have the same pick all the way along. I'm not necessarily fading Moulton. I'm just not going to agree with you. We both picked Miami laying the points, which means we're both going to take Miami to beat the New England Patriots.
I don't think it's going to be close, by the way. The line's only 3.5. I mean, I think this is a chance for a blowout. Like New Orleans spanking Green Bay last year in the opener by 5 touchdowns. I mean, I think there's a chance that Miami just scores 21 points by mid-second quarter. I really do. I don't know how New England's going to slow the Dolphins' offense down unless Tua is just terrible. They can't run with Miami. They're a slow team, one of the slower teams in the league. I don't know how they can play well against Miami. The last 2 times they played the Bills last year, the Bills didn't punt. The Bills are one of the faster offenses in the NFL. I thought long and hard about picking the Patriots 4th. That's how down on the Patriots I am. Now, obviously, I didn't do it.
Yeah, I think that would be crazy just because I think as bad as they may be, this Jets roster, and I know the Jets had players picked up. The Jets roster is not close yet, but that's just me.
I mean, like the Bills won by 21 last night. I think the Dolphins may win by 21.
Boy, oh boy. Make for a fun Monday show if they do. It really will.
And it'll make for a fun Monday show if they lose.
Don't do that. Don't start that way with me. Pittsburgh at Cincinnati. Do you give the Steelers any shot whatsoever?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely, I do.
Enough of a shot that you're going to pick them in week 1.
I thought long and hard about taking the points. They're getting 6.5. They're going to be better offensively this year. The offensive line's a little bit better. Okay, believe it or not, they'll get better play out of the quarterback position this year. I don't care who they play. I mean, they put up with Ben's final year with the Steelers was Jeter's last year with the Yankees. Kind of like, okay, we're committed to this. We'll play them. We won't bench them. We'll let them. I mean, with Jeter, they didn't move him in the late short. I love Derek Jeter. Would take a bullet for Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter's final year, should have been hitting 8th. Shouldn't have been playing short. Okay, but you sign on for it. Steelers, the same deal. Okay, Mason Rudolph might have been better at quarterback last year than Ben Roethlisberger, to be honest.
It's scary, but from the neck down, yes. I don't know. I mean, that's the only thing Ben had was the experience and his ability to see plays and call plays. I don't know if they get that with Trubisky. I just don't know if they get that. I like Cincinnati in this game. I do think it'll be closer than the experts think. They've already got this at a pretty low number at 44. With a spread like that, that's a pretty low number.
Yeah, I think this game's got 24-20 written on it. I think the Steelers' defense, one of the 3 best in the league, so it keeps it close. It gives them a chance in the 4th.
Baltimore's at the Jets. Joe Flacco starting. It's a 7-point spread. Baltimore and Lamar are going to have a big week 1.
Lamar, I think all his week 1s have been pretty big performances. Hasn't won them all. Like last year, didn't they lose like in overtime or lose late to the Raiders by 1?
Yeah.
Like Sunday Night Football, but he had a huge game. If you look at Lamar's stats week 1, the fantasy league you were in the one time where you could only play guys once.
Right.
Based on Lamar's week 1 numbers, you would play him week 1.
Absolutely. For a lot of reasons. Injury, not, in fact, in DFS, I will probably be playing Lamar this weekend.
Also week 1, Sammy Watkins.
Okay. All right. Well, and that could be why Aaron was shooting off at the, mouth here this week.
Saints and Falcons. This is a game where the road team always wins. I don't know if they'll cover. The number's pretty big, but I like New Orleans in Atlanta a lot. I almost played this up until the point you gave me the stat about home dogs and division games covering. I was all set to play the Saints all week long, heard that stat midweek, and this shied me away from that game.
So I scared you?
You scared me.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm sorry. Falcons are not good.
They're bad.
I mean, this is a game that, quite frankly, Jameis would have to give away. Jameis would have to revert back to being the Bucs quarterback. And I don't think from a play calling standpoint they'll let him. Also, outside of Pitts, who do the Falcons have offensively? I think, by the way, Ritter you're going to see early. Everybody talking about, Jimmy G. I think you'll see Ritter at quarterback in Atlanta before you see Jimmy G at quarterback in San Francisco.
Kansas City at Arizona. The Chiefs are a 6-point favorite. I don't know how Arizona is going to score a lot of points this year. I know I'm just trying to figure out where the offense is coming from. When you take D-Hop out, you take Kirk out, and they think that they still have a prolific offense. I'm wanting to see that offense, David. That's why I'm interested in this game.
On paper, for as much as we're talking about no Tyreek Hill for Kansas City and its impact, I mean, Arizona looks like a bit of a mess on paper right now. Injuries, D-Hop suspension, discord or whatever, with Kyler Murray and the coach. The coach made him call plays from the sidelines whole preseason. You need to learn how to call plays. Kyler's looking at him like, what the? But remember week 1 last year? And remember with Kingsbury, what has Arizona done? Gotten off to really good starts. Week 1 last year, they went to Nashville and beat the Titans by 5 touchdowns. And no one saw that coming. The team that ended up being the number 1 seed in the AFC. So I think Kansas City's going to win and cover. But Kingsbury and Arizona get off to good starts. So that scares me, whether or not basically they were kind of like playing possum here.
The ultimate Moulton game at 425. The Giants are at Tennessee. David, a diehard Giants fan, but boy, oh boy, has he loved himself some Tennessee Titans over the past few years. Now, I don't think the Giants have enough to beat a lot of football teams, particularly not on the road. I'm going to take Tennessee in this game. Dr. Roto yesterday on our show liked Barkley from a DFS standpoint and thought the Giants were a live dog in this game because he is not sold on Tennessee whatsoever.
I will say the Giants secondary, particularly a corner, very vulnerable. Don't know if the Titans have the wide receivers to take advantage of it. And I mean very vulnerable. Tennessee will win and cover. But I think this game will be close for about 40 minutes.
We both picked Minnesota outright earlier in the show, so we'll stick with the Vikings in that pick. Raiders and Chargers. David, I'm going to take the Raiders. This is going to be one of my upset picks. I think the Jackson problem at the corner is going to be apparent in this game. I think the Raiders are a solid team, and you know what? You know me and the Chargers. They're dead to me, David, and they're dead to me week 1.
And I respect that, Mark. I have the Chargers winning the division. Remember, Raiders beat the Chargers final game of the season last year to make the playoffs. I think the Chargers remember. This would be so Chargers-like to lose a home division game when everybody's picking them to win this year. I'll take the Chargers.
Sunday night football, Bucks and Broncos. David already took the Bucks. I'll agree with you, David. I think the Bucks get it done, and Tom Brady wins week 1.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K. Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Megan's kids are entitled to royal titles now.
I thought that they were the whole time, or no, that's a new thing?
Once she died, they're entitled to their titles.
Gotcha.
They were always entitled to them, but they're now given them.
Gotcha.
I'd use the title.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the bonus hour on what's turned out to be a rainy Friday so far. Hey, get it out of your system before high school football tonight. I'm looking at a man who's got a 11:30 noon tea time, something like that.
10:30.
Well, you ain't teeing off at 10:30. You know, this could work out well for you. Give you a little bit more time to get to the course, maybe a little bit more time to loosen up. This is
Based on that noise that I just heard above us, David.
I was going to say, I mean, sometimes your stomach makes a loud noise during this show, but
that wasn't my stomach.
No, it wasn't.
Been a weird weather week. Early morning rains coming in off the Gulf.
And in the last week, we've had a couple of nights where it's been seemingly the worst lightning we've had, all season. Last night, it was a monsoon. I thought Noah was setting up shop in my backyard. So
This building really is a prime target for lightning, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, got a giant lightning rod sticking out.
That does help.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised it doesn't happen to more radio and TV stations around the country when you really think about it.
You mean those big towers that they put up everywhere?
Those 200-foot metal things would seem to, I don't know, maybe attract some attention. Miller and Moulton, go FloridaSportsNetwork.com. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton. Who do you think is going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl? We put the big three out there: Green Bay, Tampa Bay, and the Rams. Last night's performance notwithstanding. Come on now. But we also threw out there other. I think it's going to be somebody else. Neither Mark nor I think it will be someone else. Mark has Green Bay. I have Tampa Bay. But Mark's other would be Minnesota. Mine's Philadelphia.
And others winning right now.
It's interesting.
39% of the vote saying other, 31% of the vote Green Bay, the rest being split up between Tampa Bay and the LA Rams, finally getting a few votes on today's poll question.
Listen, I know we have some college games to go through here. I just want to throw this out there. I am convinced that Tampa Bay will be like the Rams were last year. Remember, the Rams went and got Von Miller. The Rams went and got Odell. All right. Come on. Is there anybody who's going to be more all in than Tampa Bay this year? That when push comes to shove, if everybody's concerns about the interior of that offensive line prove out to be true, don't you think they go out and fortify it? I do. And I think they give up prime draft picks in the next two drafts because this is their last shot to win a Super Bowl, baby, for a little while.
Well, and it's not like when you walk down to hall the ownership that they're going to be saying, why are you making those trades and mortgaging our future for right now? No, they're going to be the ones running down the hall going, are you making trades to mortgage our future? So I'm with you on that. Not to mention that, and I've said this all along, but I really look at Tampa this year because of the injuries on the offensive line, because of the 11 days Brady took off, because of the fact that they've got a bunch of their receivers that are getting healthy, that I look at them more like a New England team in Brady's tenure, where I really believe this is a team that's going to, they're going to be okay in September. And they're going to probably be 2-2, and everybody's going to be freaking out. But they're going to consistently get better, and they're going to be playing their best football come December.
I agree. And it's why I picked them, because I think much like their Super Bowl year, they were 7-5 when they won the Super Bowl. And then they didn't lose again. And I think it could be something similar.
This Louisville UCF game tonight started out, I think, at around, it started at 6.5. It's bounced around. It went down to 5. It's back up to about 6.5.
I bet it at 5.5, by the way, UCF.
Another game that I thought about, I'm sure you heard me ask Bud Elliott, and Bud talked me off the ledge because he thought this game was going to be closer to 1.5 to 2.5. But then Louisville went and loses, and badly, to Syracuse, putting this line up. I am with you, David, in that UCF still, even though they're going to be a Big 12 team not too long from now, they still treat these games against Power 5 schools differently. It's still an us against the world mentality, and I think you're going to see UCF do that tonight.
Before they begin conference play, UCF's hosts Louisville, hosts Georgia Tech, and they're at FAU in the middle of it. Right? I mean, listen, if you're going to schedule 2 ACC teams, might as well schedule them in the bottom half of the conference, right? Now, that's not guaranteed wins. Only a 5.5, 6-point favorite right now. Georgia Tech hung with Clemson for 2.5 quarters. Could UCF hang with Clemson for 2.5 quarters? We don't know yet. I'll also say this, last year, until they beat Florida in the bowl game, UCF fans were not crazy about Gus's first year. Now, Gabriel got hurt, and I think that should have been taken into consideration. That everything I feel would have been differently if Gabriel didn't get hurt. But I think UCF's going to start 4-0. I think they're going to start conference play in October, and they're going to be 4-0.
I think Tennessee has their hands full on Saturday, David. I think Pitt's really physical. I don't know at the end of the game if Tennessee doesn't win it, but I thought about taking Pitt in the number here because Pitt's really physical. Pitt's an upper echelon Big East team. They are, like it or not. Tennessee is trying to be an upper echelon SEC East team. There is far more pressure on the Vols in this game than there is on Pitt. I have a sneaking suspicion Pitt's going to win this game.
Well, they are the defending ACC champs, and they feel disrespected.
Big time.
I mean, they're a home touchdown dog. They're like, what the heck? What the hell has Tennessee done in the last 15 years? We went 11-2 last year. What the heck? So, I mean, think about it. Pitt's ranked 17th in the country. They're ranked higher than Tennessee in both major polls, and they're a 6+ point dog. Now, if you believe in the whole, chip on the shoulder disrespect card, if you think, and I have to admit, I think it plays bigger on Saturdays than Sundays. So, listen, Chris Landry said this gets into a slugfest. This sounds like a boxing match. Tennessee needs to be the slick boxer on the outside. Okay, this fight bogs down a little bit. Pitt's going to take it to Tennessee because they're going to win up front. Can I just throw a game out at you?
Yeah.
I know nobody really cares, but Arkansas is hosting South Carolina.
It is so funny. It's the game in front of me that I was going to ask you this question, David. I will plead ignorance here, and I apologize to our audience for it. But I've read the one-page Phil Steele on South Carolina. Not much more than that on the Gamecocks. But 9? This number strikes me as high.
Now, I will say, nice matchup at the quarterback position. This is where Rattler transferred to. Jefferson from Arkansas is a really nice-looking quarterback. SEC's got some quarterbacks this year. I mean, they really do. I mean, and these two may be like the 5th and 6th best in the conference. It's a good quarterback year in the SEC, good quarterback year in the ACC, which is why the Tennessee-Pitt matchup is also interesting. But, it's a conference game. It's week 2. Arkansas just had a big matchup against Cincinnati. So I like this game. It's a nooner, by the way, on the 4-letter network. And I like this game. To me, this game will be much more interesting than Texas-Alabama, which will be going on at the same time on Fox. The other game which intrigues me, Houston was talked up as maybe the best group of 5 team. Well, they barely got out of UTSA with an overtime win. And now they're going to Lubbock. And I think they're an underdog. So I'm curious about that matchup. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when, all next.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local, eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
And Michigan at 8 o'clock. I mean, it's an off weekend. We're never going to get these guys again. What do you say?
Oh, no, I know. I just, I mean,
Right.
100,000 people leaving Ann Arbor at midnight.
Right.
Well, not midnight, because they'll be going periodically from 10.
Could be a Dodgers game.
No, they'll be there early. They'll be there on time for the start of it.
That's true. Well, yeah, they will have eaten and drank the whole deal.
I mean, but you're talking about it's going to be dark at kickoff. Well, not yet. It'll still be light, but you know what I mean.
I swear to God, if I was the GM, I'd be like, why is he running the effing ball when he doesn't have to? Like, this is this is just playing football.
Well, yeah.
That happens. The pass play, whole deal.
These are the ones where he's getting wrapped up. You got to go down, dude.
What's going on right now? It is bright and sunny as hell, but pouring.
Yeah, well.
Welcome to Florida.
It's going straight down.
And welcome to Southwest Florida.
I opened the door. I was like, oh, God.
Rain's supposed to stop around 10, huh?
Lift, clean, and place, Mark.
Can be soaked at the end of it. Feet will be soaked.
First world problems.
They really are.
Having Premier Leagues taking the weekend off. God almighty. Probably the worst college schedule of the year. I am with Lee, though. How in the world do you take Penn State Auburn over Miami A&M? I understand they were negotiating with the Big Ten.
But do you really think this was, the Big Ten's going to go, you know what? At the end of the day, we're not taking CBS because they're showing A&M in Miami. That's asinine.
From the sounds of it, it looks like NBC didn't make a bid for 3:30, and neither did ESPN. So I think the only competition for 3:30 late was a streaming service. CBS probably could have gotten this for us. I mean, I don't think they realized that there was no competition for 3:30.
Oh, I can't. I mean, I think the Big Ten is in such a good spot right now.
They need a Georgia, though. You know, a few years ago it was LSU. You know what I mean. They need a second team that can. That's funny, San Diego. That's funny. Well played.
$15 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes until we're done for the week. Football Friday edition of Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Hope you all have a great weekend. Stay safe. Apparently we got some storms and we're going to get more.
Another 20 or so minutes.
All right.
Is that why you decided to stay for the whole show today?
Come on, we've been doing this a long time. I have never space cadetted like I did during the final hour yesterday.
And it wasn't even the final hour. It was the final. You did the first two segments. We're fine. And all of a sudden it's 9:30 and you signed off.
Yeah.
You finished the show.
Show's over.
I'm looking at him. Yeah. Philly's looking at him like, you know, we do this thing here. We've been kind of doing the same thing for a while. Today was a day when, the good, the bad, and the ugly, what's on tap. Then in that segment, I do today was the day when, and you start right in with what's on tap.
Right. I was a total mess.
I've never.
Total mess. And you looked at me like, dude, what the? And I'm like, I have no idea, Mark. I have nothing. I can't explain it. I have no idea what I'm doing. What day? I felt like the Rockers said, I love you, Cleveland. And they yelled, we're in Detroit, you blankety blank.
I didn't even ask this morning. How was the nap yesterday?
I didn't take one.
Wow.
I know.
There's a big fat nap coming your way today, isn't there?
You know, I may just have to get some sleep. That's how much I need.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Huh?
All right, we start in 1904 today, David.
Why?
Blame the Boston Herald, Red Sox fan, because it was the Boston Herald, again referring to the New York Baseball Club as the Yankees, when it reports Yankees take two. The Yankees' name did not become official until 1913. 1945, Jimmy Fox hits his final home run. It was his 534th today. Today in 1950, on the Hank McClune Show, it was the first use of a laugh track.
Huh.
Yeah.
How about that?
56, Elvis appears on the Ed Sullivan Show for the first time. Today in 1960, the AFL's first game, the Broncos beat the Boston Patriots 13-10 at Nickerson Field in Boston.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
1965, Koufax throws his first perfect game, fourth no-hitter. 1970, Bowie Kuhn suspends Denny McClain for carrying a gun. You know, they might wanted to ask him why he was carrying the gun. Is that because you fixed a game in the World Series?
I was going to say.
Or you fixed a bunch of them between then and now?
Is that because you maybe hang around some characters we don't want you hanging around with?
Lennon releases his Imagine album today in 71. Billie Jean King retains her title in 72. September Detroit today in 77. They put this pair out on the field, Whitaker and Trammell. They would debut together today and would play together for 19 years. I do think it's fascinating that they brought them up together and put them out same day, too. Chrissy wins her fourth straight U.S. Open in 78. Mac wins his first Grand Slam, beating Vid Skarlaitis in 79.
First of 3 in a row for McEnroe at the U.S. Open.
And in 84, he would win his fourth and final Grand Slam, beating Lendl in straight sets.
I snuck into that match.
Did you?
The Giants beat the Cowboys at 1 o'clock. I was at the game. And we got out ahead of traffic, and I turned to my buddy and I said, you want to go sneak into the Open? All right. And it took us about an hour, and we got there, and it was second set. All right. We snuck into the old Louis Armstrong Stadium. It was McEnroe's last major that he won. He only played in one other final, which you never would have imagined that day. I mean, McEnroe in 84 went, I think, 82-3 on the season. I mean, it's one of the greatest seasons in the history of the sport. And if somebody had then told you, by the way, this is going to be his last major, I mean, we all would have lost everything.
89, Steffi retains her title, beating Martina. In 90, Sampras wins his first at 19, beating Agassi in straight sets, becoming the youngest male to win the U.S. Open.
And he beat McEnroe in the semis. He beat Lendl in the quarters, McEnroe in the semis, Agassi in the final. And nobody knew who the hell he was before the tournament started.
2000, Venus wins her first title, beating Lindsay Davenport. 2006, Maria Sharapova wins her first U.S. Open title. 07, Federer wins his fourth straight. 2012, Serena wins her fourth U.S. Open title. 2013, Rafi wins his second. 2018, Packers start their 100th season with the 24-23 comeback, coming back from 17-plus points to beat the Bears. And it was a year ago that Tom Brady becomes the first player in NFL history to start 300 regular season games as they beat the Cowboys by 2. Those born today that are no longer with us: Tolstoy, big in War and Peace. Colonel Sanders, big in chicken. Jimmy the Greek, big in gambling. Frank Lucas, big in drugs. He was the drug kingpin from American Gangster, if you don't recall. Carlos Ortiz, late heavyweight champion from Puerto Rico. Otis Redding, all born today. Those celebrating birthdays: Joe Theismann, 73. Hugh Grant, Mario Batali, and Bob Stoops are all 62 today. Dan Marley's 57.
Thunder Dan.
That was for you, Felipe.
Nice.
Adam Sandler's 56. BJ Armstrong's 55. Michael Bublé is 47. Shane Battier is 44.
I like that one, too.
And J.R. Smith is 37.
Ooh! Smith.
You know, he was the academic athlete of the year in that conference. You know, because he
was all conference golf.
Right.
It's amazing.
And he was like the number one student in the conference.
By the way, he played a round of golf with Michael Jordan. You see the smack talk he was saying? Michael Jordan goes, "You had a good career, not a great one."
Well,
I hope he brought his wallet to play golf with Mike.
Yeah, really. Elvis first appeared on Ed Sullivan's show today in 56.
Yeah, I read that earlier.
Oh, wow. I missed it, obviously.
Right after the laugh track. I guess you were just...
That's right. Do you know what I was also... I've always been fascinated by... there there were actually bombs dropped on the U.S. mainland in World War II. And it's not in a lot of history books, and it was intentionally not reported on. Like the White House picked up the phone and said, yeah, don't report this. So today apparently was the day in 42 that Japan had basically tied bombs to balloons, and they dropped them over an Oregon State Park. But the U.S. mainland was actually attacked today.
Well, and I read when doing this, it was in this last week, German U-boats were in the Gulf of Mexico and shot boats down off the coast of Florida.
Right.
Wow.
That I had no clue about as well.
I didn't know about that.
Right.
Either.
I mean, so certain things, it's a little different then. So 80 years ago today, Japanese bombs landed in Oregon. That was not in my history books growing up.
No.
That wasn't in mine. Yeah.
So.
I like that one. I'm glad you added the Elvis on the Ed Sullivan Show.
What is happening to me?
No bubble action today, but 5 years ago today, Hurricane Irma made landfall in South Florida.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
It was
That was an interesting hurricane.
we had just started our second act. We had been off the air together for 14 months. And we started the Tuesday after Labor Day, which was early that year. And we did 4 shows. And then by Sunday, Irma hit. And we were off the air for 2 weeks.
Right. Knocked the station off the air.
Yep.
That's probably the last time I wore a baseball helmet for more than 5 minutes, because us Floridians, we walk up and down the block during a hurricane, just chilling. But the one rule was, here, put on a baseball helmet, just in case.
That would have saved you.
When the bill, debris and all.
We were all at a friend's house, and I was doing weather reports with a friend of mine's wife, and my mother called and yelled at us because people are losing everything, and you're making jokes. Yes, Mom, I am.
I have to admit, it was probably one of the 3 best moments of your career. Okay. Your live hurricane coverage was outstanding.
I do remember at one point we had one of the guy's dads who was an older gentleman, and we had him outside. We were doing it in front of us 2 sliders, and he started squeegeeing the glass behind us while we were doing it. They were fun.
It was very funny. It really was. You were very entertaining. All those years that we talked about, the weather and picking on weather and what have you. And I said, look at you channeling your inner Matt Devitt there for about 3 hours. Of course, you were doing it in shorts, flip flops with a drink in your hand, but it was really good.
We got a lot of baseball today. We got 2 college football games tonight, but the Rays and the Yankees get it going on for 3. It is a huge series for both, particularly for the Rays. If they are trying to make this a race, they're going to have to take at least 2 of 3 from the Yankees in New York this weekend.
Whoa. Are you pulling a David right now? Still haven't done the good, the bad, and the ugly. No way. No, I did not just do that.
I did.
Now I feel better.
Oh no, I'm just going to play this.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Are you flipping
What you
kidding me
got,
right now?
Mark?
I don't have anything.
I'll tell you what, the last 2 shows between the 2 of us have been so bad, we're almost going to have to post a sign as to how the last segment goes.
We go across the pond to England, where a couple bought a home from the 18th century, and they start redoing the kitchen. Coins found underneath the kitchen go back from the reigns of James I to George I, 260 British gold coins worth over 250,000 pounds.
Awesome. Love it.
For the banquet of Rome, American visitor to Rome has been fined $450 for eating and drinking while sitting on the side of a fountain. Under rules to maintain the decorum of the city, you cannot eat or drink apparently on a fountain. Moulton, you and I would be out of money in an hour. For the ugly, we go to North Fort Myers, where Lee County sheriffs pulled over a man. And as they approached the car, he wielded out a 3-foot-long sword at the deputies.
Whoa! What is it with the damn swords lately?
Deputies used a taser to subdue him. That didn't work.
Really?
Then he started sticking the sword out the windows, attempted to roll up the windows. Deputy used the batons to break the glass. Finally, the man tried to flee through the passenger side door. This time, the tasers took him down.
Dude thought he was Jon Snow.
You're not going to believe this, but they found
No.
the car.
No. Shocking.
It is. That's the good, the bad, and the ugly. I think that's when we do it. Today, September the 9th, 2022, whatever.
Anyway, you were talking about baseball games, something like that?
Big series for the Rays
Big
and the
series
Yankees.
for the Rays.
And if the Yankees take 2 out of 3, they have to feel pretty good that they've won the division. They'd be 5.5 up, 4 in the loss column. But think about it the other way. Just 2 out of 3. They'd be 3.5 back, but they'd be 2 in the loss column. 2. Yankees are banged up. Rays are getting healthy. Remember 2 months ago when the Yankees were destroying everyone at the peak of their health and the Rays were barely 500 because half their roster was on the IL. Mark, it's almost flipped.
Some other big series, Braves and Mariners, that's a good series. Dodgers and Padres. But the Guardians and Twins are going at it while the White Sox are still playing in the game with the A's tonight. In a series with the A's. So this is an opportunity for the White Sox, who have been playing great baseball ever since Tony La Russa was told he couldn't manage the rest of the season.
Although now that they've won a few, he wants to come back.
I wouldn't let him.
By the way, the Twins and Guardians have 8 games left with each other. This is a 3-gamer in Minnesota, and then they play a 5-gamer. 5-gamer. Which includes a doubleheader in Cleveland. So, no excuses for both. Here you are. I mean, think about it. Twins take 5 out of the 8. In theory, they'd be in first.
This would be remarkable. And I know you don't play the Mets-Yankees game. You never have. But for all of the grief that the Mets have taken for all the obvious reasons of collapsing, if the Yankees let this sucker slip away, oh my goodness.
Well, and the Mets have collapsed in the past. They're getting a bad rap now.
Yeah, but
I mean, they're like 56 and 38 in their last 94 games. It's just that the Braves are 66 and 28.
Yeah, and I'm not referring to this year at all. I'm just referring historically. The Mets have had some colossal collapses, we all know. But this may take precedent.
Oh, no, this would be, in New York, it's famous. In Boston, it's infamous, 78. Red Sox at one point were 14 and a half games up on the Yankees in July. And it ended up being decided in a 1-game playoff, and we all know how that went. This would be pretty much the same thing. I believe the Yankees were 13 and a half, something like that, 6 weeks ago. So, this would be epic. Absolutely. No, it'd be brought up for a long time. Kind of like, have you ever heard the Red Sox fan brought up the fact they came from 3-0 down against the Yankees in 2004? Have you ever heard him mention that?
Once or twice.
Right. No. This will get talked about. By the way, big day for baseball today. They may change some major rules. A pitch clock, eliminate the shift. Could be a big day. Have a great weekend. Thanks for listening. Miller and Moulton.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Golfers, Are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap.